It's you.
Lunch is about high-speed rail. What is a high-speed?
Everybody,
Go
just
fast.
give us a few more minutes. We are checking downstairs in the auditorium if there are any more speakers. So give us a few more minutes. Thank you.
We've had a lot of discussion already at this point, so I see no point in dragging it on. Hopefully we'll get it. Be nice if we had a 2/3 majority, we could just call the question.
Beyond?
Yeah.
Cash?
But we'd have an idea how.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, sir. Parliamentarian with his wonderful cane. Welcome. Beautiful sunny day today, gorgeous weather. Before we begin, I'd bring this meeting to order. Happy Father's Day ahead of time to all the dads and all the moms who act like dads. And all the men who are looking forward to becoming wonderful husbands and fathers. So I hope I got everybody. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. The hour is 9:50 and it is June 11th. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Okay. Ellen.
Present.
Bates.
Bates here.
Berman.
Berman's here.
Doherty.
Here.
Davis. Ford,
Board present.
Gums,
Gums here.
Iqbal,
All present.
Juby,
Juby here.
Kenyon,
Here.
Caius,
Caius present.
Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder here.
Molina,
Melina present.
Roth,
Roth here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Silva,
Silva is here.
Rathman, Surgis,
Present.
Tarver,
Tarver's here.
Tepe, Williams, Young, and Madam Chair, you are present and you have a quorum.
We have a quorum and with your permission, due to health reasons, may we admit Mr. Linder, Ms. Molina, Mr. Sanchez, and Mr. Doherty. Do I have your
Consent.
permission to do so? Consent.
Consent to do so.
Thank you for wearing such a joyful jacket today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride indeed. All righty. Now we have the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance, which is being done by Ms. Molina today. Dr. Molina, I'm sorry, Dr. Silva, as I look at you. My apologies, Doctor. Please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Back to.
Good morning to everybody. I would like to ask that we take a second or two to put ourselves in the presence of mind to be with our Lord, our spiritual guide, whatever it is that you understand as spirituality and common bond among human beings. For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. Jeremiah 29. Heavenly Father, as we sit here and gather together, as your Son has said, where two or three are gathered, I am there. I invoke you. I invoke your Spirit. I ask you to let us all understand that strong bond that we have as human beings, that we learn to understand each other, that we learn to listen rather than talk, that we celebrate every beautiful sound that comes into this room today. I thank you for everything that you have given us. I ask you for the understanding to know what a public servant is, to continue to serve our public, to thank them for having put us here. And to our public, I implore that you understand us as well. It is sometimes difficult to sit here and make these really tough decisions, but in the end, it all works out because God knows the plans he has for us, plans to help us, not to hurt us. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. That was quite lovely. Very nice. And after we have these invocations, I think we all feel somewhat centered as we move forward. So I hope that feeling transcends more than just a few minutes. So may I please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes? of
Madam
May
Chair,
14th?
Mrs. Caius, I would ask for
Yes.
unanimous consent for the approval of the minutes for May 14th, 2024.
Unanimous consent from everybody? Yes, and Mr. Caius, I think I shared with you the cold that was going around. And
Thank you.
You're welcome. And and Mr. Sanchez, my apologies if I did it to you as well. So we have, we're on to public comment and we have quite a few public speakers. Much more than the time will allow of our 30 minutes on agenda. So I will ask, before I start calling names, if any of you have similar messaging that you would like to have a speaker, please feel free to do so and just let me know as you come up, your name is called. If not, I will just start And we will have the opportunity to have 6 speakers totaling of 30 minutes on agenda. So our first speaker of the day is Jay Kesh.
Good morning. I'm here to reject county climate action implementation plan, which is called the CAIP, Resolution 24228. In the executive board meeting, there were calls in the agenda item to ensure that the plan contained no requirements and no enforceable activities. These changes have not been added to the measure. This item is being rammed through. The resolution currently now says that there's language to encourage support and actions on a community basis. No, this is an implementation plan, as it states right in the title. There's no limitation on the requirements or the enforceable activities as was requested. It is a gateway to implementing expansion of county government and increasing our taxes. The resolution claims energy tax savings. No, this is false. Mandating wind and solar energy increases energy costs. Intermittent sources require backups, which have to raise costs. If wind and solar were really cheaper, it wouldn't require constant government subsidies. So in this massive 143-page report from the eco-environmental firm Blue.org LLC, they recommend such things as fuel switching in their goals TL4 and BE3, for example, in this massive document. And they want to implement these into several categories like buildings and energy. And this means reducing natural gas and substituting electric heat in your home, in your hot water heating, in your courthouse, and in your county buildings. Well, unfortunately, electric heating costs 40% more. I don't want to have my heating bill increase 40%, and the county will have their heating bill increase 40%, and you're going to have to raise taxes to pay it. Fuel switching in transportation requires people to be forced into electric vehicles. Well, most people, as we see in the public lately, don't want electric vehicles. Yet this measure enforces it. It will raise the county's fleet acquisition costs, again, requiring more taxes. And let's not even get into the impossibility and practicability of electric trucks for the county. So why are these radical changes and expensive changes proposed? They say it's to prevent severe weather, tornadoes. There's no increase in tornadoes. I've seen the data. I'm a scientist. Even the normally alarmist United Nations IPCC says there is no detectable trend now or till 2050 for increased rainfall, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, droughts. And I've lived in Illinois for 60 years, and I don't see any change in the weather. It seems about the same to me. So I reject this measure, and I urge you to do it too. And here's the kicker. The EPA and the United Nations have a computer model called MAGIC. I know you can't make these goofy names up. It's a model for assessment of greenhouse gas-induced climate change. They calculate if the United States stopped emitting all carbon dioxide today and continued no emission till 2050, that the world would be 1/10 of a degree cooler. And by the year 2100, it would be 2/10 of a degree. Now, of course, Illinois is only 4% of the United States carbon emissions, which means from cutting Kane County emissions to zero, you'd be saving in the thousandths of a degree. Now, some people might say, well, if everybody had the attitude, we can't do anything because it's only a small change, then we could never get anything done. Well, that argument is not valid because people have made that decision, because India and China are adding a coal-burning power plant every week, and they have 1,000 in the planning and construction process. So any reduction at great cost and inconvenience to the citizens of Kane County would immediately be wiped out by these added coal power plants in Asia. So why burden the citizens of Kane County with higher energy costs, unreliable energy, higher taxes, and transportation that they do not want? The benefits are vastly overstated and exaggerated. This climate implementation plan is a gateway to further climate controls and a loss of citizens' freedoms. I urge you to reject this measure. It's not good for our county. It's not good for our citizens. Thank you.
Hello, our next speaker is Juliana Clausen. Hello, Juliana.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
No, a little bit closer to the microphone, please.
Hello? All right, thank you. I'm so encouraged.
Juliana, could you get a little closer to your microphone?
Can you hear me now?
That's much
Okay,
better.
I hear it. Thank you. I'm just wanted to say I'm so encouraged to see so many neighbors gathered here today to make this very important decision. And I just hope that we can all have an open mind and an open heart. It's not July and it's nowhere near December, but I wanted to talk about Christmas decorations, specifically Christmas trees. There is a long environmental debate on what type of Christmas tree we should have. Should it be a real one grown in a farm, or should it be a fake one made of plastic and metals? The reason why this debate has continued for decades is because scientists cannot say whether it's better to grow a tree for about 12 years, cut it down, bring it home, use it for a month, and then compost it. Or is it better to use a plastic metal tree for 5 to 10 years and then it ends in a landfill where it will have a high carbon impact with little to no decomposition? They cannot decide which one is better because ultimately, whether you burn the tree that's real from a farm, or if you decompose it, there's the same amount of carbon put into the air. It's just a matter of how fast. If you burn it, it's immediate. If you let it decompose, it's slower. As far as the plastic, that will actually net the same amount of carbon as it would 10 trees in 10 years. Why do I bring this up today? Well, there is a ton of debate from all sides of the aisle, including people that are on the same team that would be for this plan. There is no definitive answer to that question and many others. Another thing I wanted to mention is when we talk about reduce, reuse, recycle, we're missing the point. The point is to close the circle. And what do I mean by that? I mean, if you take a look at regenerative farming, when you have a cow and he eats the grass and he does his business, you can then take chickens to create scratch, and that waste goes into the ground, creating new life. But if you look at factory farming, it's linear. You have a mud pile of animals eating things that are unnatural for them, creating no life, and it's very linear. There's no circular close to that process. God made everything so that there would be a circular process, so when things die, new life could form from it. Why do I bring this up? In this plan, there are so many linear solutions. They are not solutions. You're pushing the buck further down the road. We need to come up with circular solutions, and ultimately, they are less expensive than the linear ones. If you just look at regenerative farming, it's better for our health. It's cheaper for the land. The gap is closed. The last thing I wanted to talk about is I'm a Gen Zer. I am the oldest of my generation, but my generation is going back to grassroots. We have grandma hobbies like farming and homesteading. And we are also running back to religion. We have seen a world that is run by worldly wisdom, by hypotheses. I was taught if a scientist had a theory, it was 99% probable he was accurate. That is not true. I was taught that in high school, and I could go on my educational journey as a Gen Zer. I mentioned it briefly in the last meeting about this. But we are running away from this. Why? Why are we running away from climate plans? The same reason we're running away from HOAs. HOAs want to govern us without being elected. They want to make it convenient for us to live there, but telling us what to do, what kind of crops we can have, how tall our grass is, the same way that these climate plans and companies like Pale Blue Dot, they want to determine everything that we do, from what car we drive to what kind of Christmas tree we have. The last thing that I wanted to say was that this is completely divisive. This is not inclusive. There is a way to have a healthier, happier Kane County without inviting these mega organizations spending $110 or $70,000 on this plan, plus 40,000 more a week later on June 3rd. Work with us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Russo. I'm sorry, Susan Russo.
Madam Chair and County Board members, my name is Susan Russo, and I live in Batavia. We Americans have been here before. In November 1953, Time magazine ran an article that rankled the cigarette industry. The title of the article was Beyond Any Doubt, and it outlined the findings made by Dr. Everts Graham, who used cigarettes to grow tumors on mice. What was the cigarette industry's response? It painted science and scientists as the problem. It hired lobbyists and public relations wizards. It started a campaign to call for more research. It created the false narrative that more research was needed to link tobacco and cancer, and that there was doubt about the connection. What are the consequences of this false narrative? Industry-driven campaign to deny a connection between tobacco and cancer? The American Cancer Association has determined that over 480,000 people die each year from smoking, and that smoking costs the United States economy over $600 billion in direct health care and lost productivity every year. And remarkably, these are the prevailing statistics after overall cigarette use has declined by 26% from 2009 to 2019. The tobacco industry was the perfect model for the fossil fuel industry to follow when scientists started to find a connection between burning fossil fuels and climate change. The fossil fuel industry created its own playbook of false narratives, sowing doubt about the connection between greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, and by claiming that more research is needed, and by creating euphemisms like clean coal for the public to latch onto and convince themselves that burning fossil fuels really isn't that harmful to our life on Earth. What are the consequences of this false industry-driven campaign to deny a connection between fossil fuels and climate change? The consequences are discussed on page 1-3 of the Kane County Climate Action Implementation Plan, some of which we are already experiencing: extreme heat, poor air quality, flooding, and food insecurity, to name a few. Another consequence is documented by a study conducted by the University of Michigan. Nearly 15% of Americans deny that climate change is real. Now that we know the playbook used by industry, let's not repeat the mistake of delaying action against climate change. As a resident of Kane County, as a mother of 2 sons and a grandmother of 3 grandchildren, as a person who believes that all young people living today and born in the future should have the right to good health, a clean environment, and the opportunity to live and thrive in this world. As one of the 83 persons who served on the Climate Action Implementation Plan team, I urge the Kane County Board to make the forward-thinking and responsible decision to adopt the Kane County Climate Action Implementation Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So the members of the audience know, I'm going to now, we've had 3 speakers who have signed up online. I'm going to go to speakers who have come here in person because they deserve a turn as well. So the first speaker will be Fran Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I come to speak to the environmental impact study. I was made aware of this online and then by an article, a recent article in the Beacon News. It suggested we could pull the report from the company's website. So I went there, but it's not a secure website. So I left it. And the print was so small that you couldn't read it. However, the information about the gentleman who owns the company was there. I would suggest to you that this man is a writer and very well connected to one position when it comes to the environment. I would suggest you need to include information from people like the first speaker here. You have a one-sided, one-off report. You don't have all the information. By way of what do I have to offer here? I served with Board Member Bates in Aurora on the Aurora Solid Waste Committee for about a year or 2. That was kind of one of the first environment-driven mandates that came down from the state. We thought we had a good plan. But as a warning to all of you, these things get changed. In the end, Aurora now has a solid waste program where the city contracts with the solid waste provider for us. And who do I pay? The solid waste hauler. I'm not sure that, I think there's something wrong with that. The other thing I think you need to look at is I'm really concerned that you don't have a lot of the information here. And I don't blame you. I think it's very hard to deal with all of the problems of the county and stay up on all of it. But you have to look back at history and take that time. Remember the Dust Bowl of the 30s? Look back at Europe in the 1500s or past when they had an ice age in the 60s. I was told that the climate's changing and it's horrible and it's our fault and we're all going to freeze to death. Global cooling. We've been here. We don't have, and God bless this woman back here, we don't have all the information. You certainly don't, if I am to believe that this is the guy you went to for your information. You need better information. You need to take your time. I don't want to see the citizens of Kane County end up with a plan that gets implemented, mandated, and the citizens with no further input allowed are paying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randall Millington.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Mr. Millington, could you get a little closer?
Okay, I'm sorry. Is that better? I'm not the most brilliant man in the world. I work for a living, but I do know that whatever's going on with what we're doing, we need to wait a little bit longer. There's been so many things that have been done in the name of climate change and climate correction that things are not going well. A lot of these different plans are going bad, and we just can't afford to just spend money to make things happen or to do something. If I'm just urging you, everyone to wait on this vote, get more information and understand fully the ramifications of everything that's in the package and give us all a chance to really be able to do something with it. I didn't find out about this until just 4 days ago. So my mind is completely blown that we're thinking about doing this stuff already. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Millington. Our next speaker is Fred Dennis.
Hi there, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I was mentioned a little bit earlier about Time Magazine. Well, I have something about Time Magazine too. 1976, the cover of Time Magazine had a picture of the Earth encrusted in ice. And it was the coming ice age because of carbon emissions and the things that we need to do to warm the planet. Then in the 1980s, whoops, it got warmer. Now we have to worry about, global warming. And so that was what was taught in the schools, including the schools I was teaching at. Now it's climate change because it goes up and it goes down, left and right. Do people think that we have such a poor memory? These same scientists have flipped 3 different times, at least the ones that are as old as me. And who do you want to believe? We've had speakers on both sides of this. Let's believe in common sense. I believe in Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan was created by a glacier that they said was about probably 160 feet tall. I want to know what melted that glacier. Fred Flintstone's campfires? And that was when there was no industrial revolution, and man was not a factor in carbon emissions. I will quote one guy, John Coleman. You may remember him as a weatherman. He was the founder of the Weather Channel. He was considered the premier climate scientist back when most of us were younger, right? Well, anyway, in congressional testimony, he said the only correlation that they could find between climate and some other factors was sunspot activity, which might have, the correlation was hard to prove, but he believed there was some minor correlation, and volcanic activity. He cited an example. Mount St. Helens blew its top, big volcano, and the estimated amount of carbon put into the atmosphere was about the same as what humans put in the atmosphere in the last 70 years. He also said there are an average of 12 volcanoes a year, over time. Not all of them as big as Mount St. Helens. A few are. If we just help climate by a degree, what does that? Our impact is compared to volcanic activity is near zero. So my challenge to you, answer this question for me. What in your policies would have any kind of an impact on sunspot activity or on volcanic activity? Just use common sense. Oh, and by the way, I thought your prayer was wonderful.
Thank you. Ross, I think we have, Ross, I think we've got a couple more minutes. Is that correct?
I'm recording 20 minutes at this point, so we got 10 minutes left.
Oh, perfect. All right. So we do have time for two more speakers. So I'll go back to the original sign-up list. And the next speaker then will be Mark Rice.
Hi, guys. I am Mark Rice. I'm actually running to represent most of you in this room in U.S. Congress. And I'm also an energy entrepreneur my whole life. In fact, I'm a fifth generation energy entrepreneur from Texas. That's where I was born and raised. Lived here for about 35 years. So when you're in the business and you hear conversations like that, sometimes you want to cry, sometimes you want to laugh. There's so much misinformation. There's so much that you guys are being fed. And I don't blame you. I'm just like you. I'm running, I'm going to be in Congress soon representing you, and I'm being even paid by all of our good people to serve them. And every dollar that we have and we spend, we should make sure that we're well informed. And I would just suggest to you, and I'll give you a few examples. I don't have enough time, and I'll in fact give you my phone number. Anybody that wants to talk to me can. I could provide some education on both sides of the issue. But a lot of what you're being fed is, it's almost silliness. If a guy comes up to me when I walk outside and he says, I give me some money, I'm going to change the weather, right? We're going to put that guy in an insane asylum. It's a Looney Tunes. It doesn't make sense. You can't change the weather. Now, even the climate alarmists, one of which it sounds like wrote this expensive, fancy report you guys written that he wrote and you guys have now read. Even they minimize the amount of climate change that we could possibly do. And I think somebody before said it could be for the whole country, it could be 1/10 of a degree, and that's tremendously overstated. And again, it just doesn't make any sense. The United States today provides about 15% of the CO2 emissions in the world. We're 15% and declining because that also has been said, the more developing growing world is growing so fast, and they're doing it on coal, which is the most pollution you can possibly have. So the estimates are that we're going to go from 15 down to 5. You can't even measure what implementing policies like these might be able to do. It's not 0.1%. It's nothing. It's 1/1,000,000 of a percent. And I'll even go as far as to give you a little more education, which is, for example, the whole notion of electrifying your houses to heat yourselves, which could as much as double the cost for our residents here to heat themselves in the winter. We do have to heat ourselves. We've got to do something to do that. The idea that electricity somehow is magically better than gas is just so stupid. Our power grid, that such as it is, and by the way, I have the largest energy brokerage business in the state of Illinois, done that for over 20 years. I mean, I know a little bit about the energy supply and where it comes from. It's, basically it's a third gas, a third coal, a third nuclear, and a little sprinkling in of some renewables. And by the way, renewables, if you chop a tree down, a beautiful tree, and you burn it for biomass, that's renewable. That counts as renewable energy. How dumb is that, right? This stuff is all backwards because currently the climate we have, no pun intended, is that we have legislators, many of whom are bought and paid for, like my opponent, and so many of them are bought and paid for by people who have an agenda to make money off this stuff. We call it the climate agenda. And some of these people are climate alarmists. Some of them are just opportunists looking to make money, and they go to very well-meaning people like yourselves in a county that, energy is not the main focus, and they can tell you anything, and you're going to frankly sometimes believe it. But when you talk to people in business, people who actually have something to do with it, maybe it can open your eyes to a lot of this stuff is just not true. There's no factual basis for it. So when you plug in your electric car, or if God forbid you were stupid enough to stop using gas to heat your home and you would use electricity instead, what changed? You're still burning gas. It's just instead of you having the gas line to your house, the gas line is at the power plant. There's absolutely no difference. It's so silly. And the biggest difference is that you actually have to, there's more waste involved. And so then the idea that solar and some of these intermittent sources like wind, they're terrific. They actually do work. It's a real thing, but it's intermittent. And I'm not sure that you all fully appreciate what that means, because if you wanted to run your house,
Thank you, sir.
off intermittent power, you couldn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Russ Kneeds. Russ, are you here? There you are. And Russ, you have a PowerPoint for us, is that correct? Ash, can you put that up for him, please? It's coming. There you go.
I'll refer to this little bit later. Hello, my name is Russ Nyes, a nearly 4-decade Kane County resident, retired senior aerospace avionics software and hardware engineer. Based on my technical background, I want to speak about the studies and data behind these proposed climate policies. In my field, important technical decisions can only be made when enough proof is provided to generate a scientific conclusion. More on this later. In the context of climate change, claims of correlation between rising global temperatures and increasing carbon dioxide levels is not proof that one causes the other. Correlation is not causation. Just like the well-known correlation between ice cream sales and shark attacks, both increasing during the summer months. It's not true that ice cream sales cause more shark attacks or vice versa. So when scientists collect suggestive evidence that the Earth's temperature rise is from greenhouse gases from human activity, they push the simple relationship narrow even further to a scientific consensus by acquiring the signatures of many supposed climatologists and other scientists. They claimed human activity is the sole source of temperature change, period. But the suggestion is not proof, and neither is the scientific consensus. And note, they are not saying scientific conclusion. In what we are discussing, it's important to understand the difference between these three items. A scientific suggestion is nothing more than an observation and an educated guess by one or more scientists. A scientific consensus represents an agreement among scientists based on a body of evidence, while a scientific conclusion is a statement that is derived from and is supported by the evidence in specific controlled studies. No such climate study has ever been designed or performed. As a result, no scientific conclusion has ever been reached. So attempting to provide world guidance from such a greatly flawed process as scientific consensus is totally foolish. But this doesn't stop them from boiling the frog with policies, seemingly starts off and evolve into those more that will drastically change our lives forever, such as the Kane County Climate Action Plan. By the way, there's one valid consensus: the fact that 97% of the climate scientists paid their mortgages with man-made climate change grants, our tax money. As such, they have no incentive to be impartial, especially if they want to keep the money flowing. The government bureaucrats need a crisis to grab power, and this government paid group is more than willing to provide it. Therefore, to enact wide sweeping policies for killing world fossil fuel power sources or forcing everyone down the electric only path when no replacement equivalent power source has been identified for increasing demand is suicidal. As for the data, one major factor that is never mentioned in so-called studies is the increasing solar output, whose rate of increase has doubled since the 1960s. See slide 1. You can see the bottom graph there shows the increase in change, and you can see the corresponding Earth temperature and even the temperature on Neptune. The climate community just ignores Venus has increasing winds. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Triton, Pluto are all showing signs of warming. Obviously, human behavior is not the source of this. There are no humans, no cars, or cows involved. Another factor is called the top atmospheric net radiation balance. This is the upper atmosphere's absorption versus reflection relationship. The Earth is now absorbing more radiation and reflecting less. Why? Less stuff reflecting sunlight, less particulate pollution, natural and man-made, and most importantly, less cloud cover. Why less cloud cover? We don't know, but probably because less sulfide aerosol pollution, natural and man-made, so less cloud droplet nucleation. Yet another factor is the magnetic pole migration. Go to the second slide there. There is an accelerating shift taking place that affects our magnetosphere, which also affects climate. You can see how it is accelerating north straight up there over the past 10 years. And just where are they collecting this data over these years? The expanding city pavements or the forests? Having more sensors and growing cities and areas over time will of course shift the collected temperatures, even if the actual temperature does not change. The bottom line is the real climate picture is way more complicated than just temperature versus CO2 levels. Attempt to control CO2 through electrical whatever and stopping cow farts is like they'll have zero impact on temperature trend. But these control temps will have disastrous effects on our quality of life and our freedoms. In conclusion, the entire planet, the change power sources, food sources, transportation method, along with all the regulations that limit our freedoms to choose is completely irresponsible based on how the need for this change was derived. This is especially true in the direction that they're heading us toward is likely an incorrect one and is not based on scientific conclusion. The financial gain and power transfer with these changes will only be those to the ones that behind the policies. The rest of us will just have to suffer the consequences of them. Therefore, do not add any more heat to us, the boiling frogs, by adding these types of local policies. Vote against the Kane County Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker will be Frank Esposito. Mr. Esposito.
Madam Chair and board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. All I can say is ditto to everything you've heard. Okay, I'm not smart enough to know what these people have come up with. Okay, but my background in printing allowed me to look at the resolution that came from the executive committee to you. Okay. On June 5th, the executive committee passed over to you this resolution. But in the summary, there was a section that said the county board asked that the language in the plan be reviewed to ensure that the plan is recommending actions, but does not contain language that implies requirements or enforceable activities. Well, in this latest one, okay, in the fifth whereas, there's a sentence that says, the plan recommends actions that encourage and support action on a community basis that will improve Kane County economics, health, and environment. Well, that sounds good. And I like that being the phraseology being changed to this. My concern is you were working on something for an ordinance that would require every new home that's constructed in Kane County to have the ability to be able to charge electrical vehicles. Who wants that? It just drives the prices of houses up. I've said that before in one of the other meetings. Well, what does this state now, the way this is phrased? Does it mean that we're all hands off and you're not going to force people to do things like requiring the setup for electrical vehicles? That's what I'm afraid of. I think you pay thousands and thousands of dollars for this survey, this write-up. And now you think, I've got to do something or it makes us look like fools because we didn't pass something. No, it makes you look like a fool if you just take it the way it is. I have to go home. They're working on my bathroom. And I will be watching to see what the ultimate result is in the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Esposito. Thank you for all the speakers. That concludes on agenda items. We will now be moving into We have only 30 minutes. We are now moving on to off agenda items, and there will be 15 minutes allotted for that. And we have 4 speakers lined up, and I'd like to go in a little bit reverse order, if I may. Let's have the speaker who came in person, Kim Sieber. And Ms. Sieber, you'll get 3 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say we are a county of over 500,000 people. It's very concerning to me that you're over 500,000. You got how many people here want to speak and you only have 6 people, 5 minutes each? That's unconscionable. I mean, and then off agenda is 3 minutes, 5 people. So out of a county of over 500,000 people, not that we're all here, but there's probably more downstairs and maybe outside, that you only get 11 people to speak. That's just unconscionable. I just think it would be nice to even just double it. You'd only have to stay an extra 45 minutes, another half an hour, because what we think and what we want should be of the utmost importance to you, because that's who you're supposed to be planning all this about, not what you would like personally, but what we want, because we are the citizens. And one of the things that I know, because I just put miscellaneous, I got a little bit of everything. First of all, climate, why don't you plant some trees? There's so many places that could be planting trees. Trees, God made this earth perfect. They absorb the carbon dioxide, we give it off, they give us oxygen. We work symbiotically, perfectly. So plant more trees. I don't see any of that going on. And also, do you know what the second most plentiful liquid on earth is? First is water, oil, petroleum, and it's replenishable. They did that intentionally, calling it a fossil fuel so they could charge more money for it. So we're trying to get away from something that replenishes itself, that we have abundance on, and you can have clean fuel. So, I mean, the cars are cleaner because they got all this emission stuff and all this other baloney on it. But I understand it's needed for the clean air, and that's all good. But we also know that over 50 years ago, they made a car that ran on water. No problem there, no pollution, no nothing. What happened to the guy who invented it? Killed. All right. Batteries are not recyclable. So you want all these windmills. What happened to the windmills that were in Holland? The ones that were next to the rivers? We got a river here. Those I can get. But what about these big ones? They're not recyclable. Have you seen these landfills that they have just filled with solar panels and with the windmill things? They don't know what to do with them because they cannot recycle them. And they're made with rare earth minerals. There's only so much of those, so that's when those are gone, then it's gone. Why don't we just go back to what's actually worked for centuries and perfect that? And why don't we let all these people who have invented things that run on natural, like water, why can't we let that go through? Because money is of the utmost importance to me. That is the real Green Deal. They want more green money for them. So that's it. Bye.
Okay, thank you. As a side note, Kim, thank you for your appreciation of hydrogen energy. Now, that is something that we are looking at here, and that is all pure water. So appreciate that. Thank you. The next speaker is Lori Powell.
Hello, I'm Lori Powell. I also have a handout I'd like to give everyone. Can that be distributed after I talk?
Yes, hold on. Celeste will come get it.
I'm Lori Powell. I'm a resident of Kane County for the past 20 years and a taxpayer. I'm here today to encourage all of you to vote no to the resolution TMP 24234, and that's the $1 million grant from the Illinois Department of Public Health for adding 6 more contact tracers to monitor respiratory surveillance and outbreak response for Kane County. These 6 people received the benefits package of $115,000 each. There's also a line item of contractual and consulting fees for $295,000. Who's getting this outrageous contract? On January 17th, 24, an organizational chart of the Kane County Public Health Department shows about 24 positions within the Division of Health Protection. At that time, 4 of the positions were vacant, and this chart is on page 4 of, I sent an email to everybody last night, so you can pull that up and look at these attachments. So the March 2024 is the most recent Kane County Communicable Disease Newsletter, which shows in 2023, there were 3,025 reported communicable diseases. In 2023, Kane County had a population of about 115,000 people. 3,000 cases is such a tiny portion of this county. This is only 0.006% of the population. When respiratory illness is accounted for, the numbers are even less. I seriously doubt that 20 employees were so overworked and overwhelmed by tracing 3,000 cases that occurred in 2023. So why do we need 6 more people to surveil the citizens? What happens when this grant money is consumed? Will these 6 people be laid off, or will they keep their cozy job and put me and my fellow taxpayers on the hook for the hefty salaries and benefit package? Ask yourself, what is the surveillance really for? Do you want all your freedoms taken away under the guise of public health and safety? I've also included an article by Sasha Latapova. She has 25 years of experience in R&D in the pharmaceutical industry. And the article is titled, Pandemics Are Declared, What Does This Mean in Practice? She states, historically, epidemics could only be recognized after the fact, after a substantial number of people become ill, died, and after significant economic impact. Examples of real epidemics include mostly waterborne, crowding, poor sanitation, and vermin-related diseases such as cholera, plague, typhus, and smallpox. All these diseases are eliminated by proper sanitation of water, hygiene, and improvement in living conditions. It is not possible to produce an epidemic unless one purposely takes measures to poison water or cause significant deterioration of people's living standards. The Health and Human Services Department has very vague definitions of public health emergency. This means a single case that became communicable.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm a vote no for this $1 million grant. It just takes away our freedoms. Thank you.
Michelle Betteg.
Hi, I'm Michelle Bettag, St. Charles. I wanted to just reference the King County article that Madam Chair had regarding her second term of running for King County chair position. It was kind of upsetting. I just feel like with all of the problems that King County and Illinois citizens are having paying their bills, making ends meet, paying for groceries, everything. The estimated cost of about 20% higher right now with your same standard of living from 3 years ago. People are trying to make a living. In that article, Madam Chair went on to say how these meetings are being disrupted by citizens who come in and want to talk about the same stuff over and over and over. Frankly, I would love to never come into this room again. We are upset because things are getting out of control here. We're not happy with the huge projects that you want to force upon these citizens, things that are not important, things that are costing money. Money's flying out the door every single day here. And that's why we're upset. We're not upset because we're Republicans or Democrats. We don't care about that. We would like for you to be doing your job. You are blaming citizens for being an ineffective leader. You're having these agendas that go on for 7 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours, when we only have 30 minutes to speak. One of the problems I have with you, Madam Chair, is that I question, who do you represent? In the last 1 year, you've received over 60 donations from unions outside of the county. Labor County Council, 1,000, Burr Ridge, IBU, Illinois Union, Washington, D.C., 2,500. Here's over 60,000 in the last year. Why? Why can't you represent Kane County citizens? Your job is to make the agenda, run the meetings. You're bringing Springfield and Washington, D.C. into Kane County, and some citizens are okay with it. That's okay. A lot of us are not.
And when you sit here and say, that we're disruptors, you want to limit the time to 15 minutes, you successfully passed that no individual contractor can do jobs in Kane County because you will only allow now unions to do the work in Kane County, which we know drives the price up of every single job. Well, you wonder why that is. Why do you want all these giant building projects in Kane County? Well, I think we know the answers. I don't see Joe and Ted Smith on here giving you donations. It's giant donations, 5,000, 2,000 from the painters, roofers, everyone's outside. There's very few people, like 2 donors outside or inside of Kane County. It's so upsetting. It has nothing to do with you being a Democrat.
Ma'am, time is up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our final speaker is Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. I'm here today. I'm glad that most of the board is here. And here's why I'm here. Let me just start by this, and this is not Brian Anderson's words. What is the First Amendment in Illinois? The First Amendment prohibits government at the federal, state, and local level from banning or restricting free speech because they disagree with the content. Why am I here? Because at the executive meeting on June 5th, many of you did not attend. 888 pages. There was an ordinance, and I stayed for the entire meeting, and once again, Democrats and Republicans going, what's going on here? How did this get on here? We didn't see this. Each and every one of you, they're going back and they're going to reevaluate this at the next executive board meeting. Why did I come to talk about it today? For all of your ears. It's 6 pages. At the end of the day, I would say as a citizen, it's censorship. I'm glad this room is filled with both sides. We can agree to disagree agreeably. I started coming here 15 months ago. I've talked to Democrats and Republicans and said, Brian, before you guys started coming here, nobody ever came here. Nobody. Okay? So we're here and we haven't left. And your current program can be effective. 5 minutes for agenda? Sounds reasonable for 6 people if they take the entire 5. 3 minutes for non-agenda seems reasonable if your citizens want to get up and engage. That's 45 minutes out of a 6-hour meeting, okay? 1 + 1 = 2. If you squelch our speech because you don't like it, you're basically saving yourself a little time. 45 minutes, and it's been said this morning, there are many citizens that would like to come here. On your vision and mission statement, and you've heard me share it many times, you're accountable to us. And I hope you haven't forgot that. You're accountable for us. And when you raise your hand and say, hey, I want to be a board member, you've got to listen to the good, the bad, and the ugly. We always don't come and we always don't complain. And most of you know that I am full of complimenting both sides when I see great work being done. And I think as the last speaker said, that's all we're looking for is good leadership. But please go back and discuss this because we don't want any kind of censorship. And let me just remind everybody that it was probably about June or July of last year because a group of citizens like myself, it was agenda and non-agenda. And then magically, if you want to wait to speak on non-agenda, you got to hang around for 5 hours. And oh, by the way, we did, okay? And now we want to take 45 minutes down to 30 minutes. I implore you, as elected board members, please dig in deep. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I'd like to now go on to the rest of our board meeting. Thank you to all the speakers who came today. An announcement for the board, to remind you that on June 18th at 1 PM, Kane County will host an employee recognition milestone ceremony. An email was sent out to you all on May 28th, and a copy has been placed, I think, of the announcement. I was told on your seat today. I'm just reading here. Please, everyone is invited, and we'd love to see you there. So thank you so much. It is on June 18th. 1 PM, and it'll be downstairs in the auditorium. Refreshments will be served. So today is a special day for Kane County. It is the day of our annual meeting. And I think for some of us, we'd like to know what exactly that means because we have a meeting every month. Why is today a very special meeting? And I asked our parliamentarian, Mr. Shepro, who we know is also a grand historian, to spend about 3 minutes telling us a little bit about the history of Kane County and why today's meeting is so special to Kane County's board. So turn it over to you, Mr. Shepro.
Don't know that they applauded in 1850. This is, according to the statutes of the state of Illinois, the county board is required to meet twice in every year. There is an annual meeting in June and a regular meeting in September. Why is that the case? And you've heard probably about internal control for the county officers.
Mr. Shepro?
Yes, sir.
Could I request that you speak into the microphone, one or the other directly into it? Please?
Okay.
I'd like to hear what I'm having trouble. Can you stand over there or?
How about this? Is
There
that
we go.
better? All right. It didn't have microphones in 1850. It's not a tradition exactly. It was simply reality. The county board came in twice a year, paid the bills, and they went home. And Mr. Harrington was happy because his inn was full. The folks that had to drive in from Burlington was a little more difficult. In the first Kane County election, apparently the returns from Burlington didn't get there in time, so those 6 votes weren't counted. But the current setup that we now have dates from the Illinois Constitution of 1848, which gave counties the option to establish township government. Before that, every county in the state and there were a lot fewer than 102 at that point, had 3-member board. You still have that in many downstate counties, and they were the county commission. In 1848, the option was given to opt for township government in which there would be an elected board of supervisors, and each county was enabled, if they so wished, to form a township board of supervisors. And so there was an election in 1849 for shall Kane County become a township government. The vote was 1,764 to 33 approximately. So there were no calls for a recount. And the new board was then elected in 1850 at the election and took office. The very first meeting of the County Board of Supervisors, as they were then known, was June the 4th of 1850. And I'm going to read a very, very short passage from that, just so you get here.
You read it into the microphone, please?
Yes. In the spring of 1850, the first Board of Supervisors was elected. And William Cheever of Geneva, and you can see his street out front if you drive from here toward the train station. It's that little street just before the tracks, was elected the first chairman. The members were not at home on the powers of the board, but they made a bold front and resolved they were equal to any emergency that might arise in relation to the business heretofore done by the county commissioners court or county court, and vote to proceed at once to the performance of their duties, quoting the minutes which are now lost, promptly, cautiously, and with the utmost economy. Then they appointed a committee to get the opinion of Judge Wilson of the county court on the power of the board to settle with the sheriff, who was and had been prior to 1850 the collector of taxes. The committee reported the next morning that Judge Wilson held that the supervisors had no power to organize until the first Monday after the general election in November of 1850, and until that time, the fiscal management would remain with the county court and the sheriff. But the members of the board did not acquiesce in his counter's view and went on as they had already resolved. And took measures for a settlement with the sheriff and allowed bills, drew jurors, and adjourned until the meeting in November. Two other things that were of interest is that the first tax levy was $600. That was only a levy for personal property. The eventual levy was $10,000, and the treasurer was paid the sum of $10.13 for his annual report and work as the treasurer. My little hat is because I'm here in the guise of Charles B. Wells, who was at the time of the organization of the county, at that point, was the clerk of the circuit court, the recorder of deeds, the city attorney for Geneva, and the president of the Geneva School Board. He was also the only Whig in county government, everyone else being a Democrat. You can still see my house. Mr. Wells's house is on 3rd Street, and it is the house with the giant pillars, manila pillars. I would also report finally on the criminal docket for the year 1850, consisting of 41 cases. Adultery and fornication, 1. Perjury, 1. Keeping a gaming house, 1. Counterfeiting, 1. That was an arrest made by a deputy constable in Dundee named Alan Pinkerton, of whom you may have heard. 4 cases of riot, 2 for malicious mischief, 2 for assault, 3 for assault and battery, 10 for larceny, and 15 for selling liquor without a license. As you can see, things have not changed very much. The transportation division was charged. There was no transportation division. The county road commissioners were charged with getting a list of every able-bodied male over the age of 14 years, and they were required to work 2 days on the county board or the county roads. So, but the tradition of coming in twice a year has changed. And if you read the end of every agenda, it always says that the meeting is adjourned and continued. So, but I'm sure that anytime anybody wants to go back to 2 meetings a year,
Fine
more applause from the audience. Thank you very much.
Two-day meeting would be, I think we'd have to have a state. So thank you so much for that history. Very interesting perspective. And you're right, times have changed, but not by quite a bit. So now we have, is that better? Thank you, thank you. We have no ordinances today, so we're going on to our zoning petitions, and I will turn this over to Mr. Ford.
I had to check. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is petition 4631. Michael Vandra, it's TPE Illinois, KN 309 LLC. It is located 2 South 512 Loring Road in Caneville Township. Proposal is a special use request for F Farming District for a solar facility. The 2040 plan is agricultural or resource management. As we know, there's objectors. The zoning board approved with the recommendations or stipulations of, in our packet, it shows 8 somehow got cut off. They actually are a total of 11 stipulations. So starting with number 9, it says any field within depressional storage will be required. Compensatory storage and must be designed by a licensed professional engineer. All special management areas must be placed in a conservation or drainage easement. And then what was added just recently by KDOT is proposed access to be located approximately 475 feet from the south of the northern partial line for stopping site distance. Caneville Township will permit temporary and final access. So I make the motion to move this.
Kenyon would move it.
All right.
Back up, there we go. Sir, we have 2 speakers. Are there any, perhaps they're proponents? Or do we have any opposition? Do we have any opposition? I think we have 2 speakers speaking in favor. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are there any opponents? Mr. Ford?
Not that I know of.
All right. So being no opponents, are you ready to call the,
Yes.
right? If no other discussion on this, then clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, did you arrive? Ford? Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Yes.
Juby?
Juby,
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius? Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Rathman?
Yes.
Sturgis?
Yes.
Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
Williams, yes.
Young?
Yes.
That passes.
Passes. All right. Congratulations. We have no appointments today. I believe now it's time for committee updates. Are there any committees that'd like to give an update today?
Madam Chair, Gums, if I may.
Gums.
I did not have the opportunity last week to do a little update, just tiny update. We are in receipt of the earmark project went out earlier this year, so we had some submissions for that. I'm not going to get ahead of each of the legislators, but 1.8 million, 200,000, 475, 2.6, and $1.5 million in that fiscal year 25 spending. Our team's been working on those projects and those have been selected is excellent news.
And that's all federal.
It's all federal.
Very good.
So our team's been working hard and we, again, don't want to get ahead of the legislators on a statement, but we'll be using our PIO officer to do that. One additional thing is here at the.
Excuse me, what legislators are these that are
Everyone.
leading these? Every one of them. Perfect. Very nice.
And then, so we've got Duckworth, Krishnamurthy, Foster, Underwood, and Durbin, all selected King County's projects. So that's a good
Lovely.
thing.
Good.
Additionally, at the state level, we did get our broadband bill passed, which will bring in, I can't remember what that dollar amount is, but it's around $1 million a year in our leasing abilities with broadband. So those are just from the legislative committee, good stuff going on.
And Mr. Iqbal stepped out for just a second, but please, let's just take a moment to thank him for his advocacy.
Well, absolutely. It's a King County effort, not into,
Yes.
so everybody worked very good. And he, Mr. Iqbal brought that up. He reached out to Senator DeWitt. We got everybody on board and it was a success. It's not easy to pass a bill, but we did.
That's it.
That's it for now.
Wonderful news. Thank you. Well done.
Madam Chair, a question
sir.
for Ms. Gums. My apologies. I
is there any movement on the senior tax?
We cannot hear you.
Question for Ms. Gumbs, was there any movement on the senior tax freeze issue?
About the same amount of movement as the last time we spoke. There is an appetite, but not a big enough appetite yet. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
It's coming. It's being worked upon. Anybody else on this side of the room? Yes, Mr. Surges.
Not so much a committee report, but last meeting, and I will work with IT on this, but I just wanted to make sure that none of my contemporaries were having the same issue. Every time I'm pulling up my schedules, they are literally redacted. And I don't know what it's got to be a technology issue, but I thought it was an anomaly last week, but this weekend I couldn't do it. I tried a bunch of things, including different Acrobat type browsers and things. And here I am this morning on a website and I can't do it. So I don't know if anybody else is having that issue, but it's,
These agendas?
the agenda. Yeah,
Oh.
it's like,
So why don't you?
it's just
share
weird.
the-
And I'll work with
share
them. I
the-
just
if-
wanted to broadcast it out. If anybody else was having that issue and you fixed it, let me know. So
All right.
it is operator.
Operator error.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll wear that.
Hopefully it's an anomaly, but thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right, on this side. Yes, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This is Caius. I'm Chairman of the Administration Committee. Just a quick note, I know that a lot of times you don't see the good news when things pass through committee and in admin this last month, because it was like three weeks ago. Our chief judge, Villa, visited while we passed resolutions through, which are as well on this, on projects that happen at the courthouse. And he had very kind words to say to the team of our team in building management on how easy and capable they are, including Roger Fonstock, who put that team together, Charles Lasky, who does IT, Henry Thompson, and Brent, and the rest of the staff. So if you go back and want to listen to a good recording about how the building management team is serving the county and one of our biggest parts, which is the judicial area, go to those. Actually, they're in the minutes of the meeting as well, but also that recording. It was very heartwarming, and I can attest that team has been doing an excellent job over the last year. So thank you, and thanks for their contribution, and thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Well done. Yes, ma'am.
This is Alan. I wanted to toss out a compliment. I'm one of the people who likes to do what I can online, but I'm not particularly technically able. And I just wanted to say thanks to the team in the treasurer's office who made paying taxes online this time intuitive. I've been tempted to say to people who are so glib and able, if you have a good idea, could you let Aunt Dora try it? And if Aunt Dora can do your idea, then I think you're locked in place. Well, this is a case where Aunt Deborah was able to intuitively pay her taxes, and it was a cinch, and I just want to say thanks.
Very good. Oh, good news is always, and appreciation is always welcomed here. Is there anybody else? See nobody online with their hand up? Okay, very good. All right, we're on to our resolutions. Would anyone like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Mr. Surges?
24 dash, I have 6 items, 24-228.
Okay, go slow, slow. All righty.
234. 251, 52. and
Okay, whoa, I gotta write it down.
Oh, they're all. Yeah, so
Okay, so 234, then,
251,
okay, hold on.
2,
51, 52, and
53,
53.
and 272.
Okay. Searches.
72's off. It's
On the consent.
Already off, I apologize.
It's already off. All right, thank you,
Good,
Mr.
thank you.
Tepe.
Item number 24-218,
What was the number, sir?
24-218.
218. Okay, anything else? Mr. Tepe? Anybody else over here? Yes, yes, sir.
24-233.
So that was 233.
24-233.
33. Okay, very good. On this side, anybody else? Yes, yeah, yes, Ms. Juby.
24-225.
Over here? No? All right. Anybody online? All right. May I have a motion then and a second to approve the following items except for 218, 225, 228, 233, 234, 251, 252, 253. That's all.
Move. Sir, just seconds.
Sir, just seconds, Mr. Iqbal.
Move.
Okay, Mr. Iqbal moves, Sir, just seconds. Okay, very good. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen?
Ellen, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Doherty, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Well, yes.
Juby?
Juby, I.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surges?
Yes.
Carver?
Yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Passes.
All right. All right, I'm going to try to go in numeric order. So the first one up is 200. May I please have a motion? It's already off agenda. 4-200. No, I'm sorry. 218 is first. My apologies. Let's do 218. Thank you.
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, Mr.
Ken would
Sanchez.
second that.
We already have, I think we've got a second with Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Tepe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I've objected to this in the ARPA meeting. I've objected to this in the executive committee meeting. And, despite the suggestion by Mr. Kenyon that I was playing politics, there's enough on both sides of the political venue to talk about the issue associated with the mental health issues associated with Elgin Township. My concern is that we have the responsibility to really govern the funds associated with ARPA. They were given to us to be trusted, and to give $500,000 to an organization that could fund itself and could adequately fund itself, I think is just wrong. Okay. Based upon a FOIA request that I did as of January, Elgin Township had over $3 million available in their funds. Not sure how much of that was in reserves and how much of that was working capital, but they had the funds available. So Elgin Township could quite effectively loan the funds to their mental health board. Okay. Second, as of a week or so ago, the legislature once again bailed out Elgin Township associated with this particular issue. So they will be able to levy their own funds next year. So the township could readily finance its own mental health board and get the funds back and keep that within Elgin Township. And this board could utilize these funds to really make an effective difference in another area. We have more than ample opportunities to utilize these funds. So I may be the only one voting against this, and that doesn't bother me. I just think it's not correct to be funding a township that could be taking care of this itself. So thank you.
Comments on this? Yes, yes, sir.
Let's hope you're the only one voting against it. Mental health is our number one problem. May was Mental Health Month. Monday was Mental Health Day. These suicides are up dramatically. Young people, old people. My Wisconsin paper talks about a 32% increase in suicides since the year 2000. It just can't be ignored. You can't wait. We have to get on it right away. We have to help as many people as we can. So let's hope you're the only one, Vern. And I'm endorsing this.
Thank you, Mr. Kenyon. Anybody else? All right, let's take that roll.
Okay. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
okay, Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Juby,
Juby, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard, Lewis,
Yes.
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges, no.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deppie, no.
Williams,
Williams, no.
and Young.
No.
Still passes. 5 nays.
Very good. All right, let's go to 200 now. May I have a motion and a second to, yes.
Are we not going to go through the rest of the?
Well, they're already off agenda, so I'm just going, everything is off agenda now, so I'm going to the off agenda page and trying to keep it in a numerical
Oh, okay.
value.
Okay.
Okay, so then I would like to table this amendment 24-200.
Oh, you would like to move that forward?
I would like to table it.
Table it.
Yes.
What are we talking about?
It's a very, very down the line, outside the agenda.
Move it. Link to the thing
Agenda.
that we moved off
Agenda.
consent.
Hit the back.
Pretty
of the
off
page.
agenda.
What the?
Madam Chair, point of order, I would ask that we go in.
You want to go in the other order?
Yeah. go
That'll
in the
be
other
fine.
order. This is very confusing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm very small-minded, so this just.
We will not go into, we will do it at off agenda to keep everybody organized. I think numerically. All right, so let's do 225 then. Ms. Juby, that's yours.
Thank you for pulling that. I'm not trying to convince anybody else. I pulled it so I could vote no. I feel that we've paid our consultants plenty of money and that we have enough experience to be able to
Oh,
make
is there a
these dec-
motion? We have to get a motion.
I'm sorry, motion?
And is there a second on this?
A second.
Thank you, Mr. Young. All right, please
Okay,
go ahead.
Sorry. I said I'm not trying to convince anyone any differently. I just personally feel that we've paid our consultants a lot of money and that we've had enough time to figure out what we can and can't use our money on. So I wanted to pull this so I could vote no, not so I could convince the rest of you to vote no, just so I could vote no.
Okay, very good. Any other comments on this? None? Clerk, please call the roll.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
I had my hand up.
I'm sorry, who? Oh, Mr. Sanchez, I see you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that with this resolution, it's not that we need help as a county knowing what we can spend our money on. This has to do with procurement under the 2 CFR 200 federal guidelines for procurement and spending. So it's a little different than just looking at ARPA and what's allowable under ARPA. This has to do with very specific requirements. We've got about 15 or so building management projects that are in the pipeline now. And we have procurement staff, obviously, but they're not specifically trained on 2 CFR 200. And so internally, we made the decision to utilize our third-party consultant that we already have. in consultation with state's attorney to come up with the procurement guidelines for these projects to guarantee that we are in compliance with the 2 CFR 200. So that's really what this resolution speaks to. It's adding $220,000 to the amount that we can pay our third-party consultant, because we have to report all of our administrative costs by July 1st, I believe it is, date coming very quickly. So we have to be able to tell the federal government, here's how much money we're spending on administrative costs in total. We don't have until the end of the year to do that. And so this additional $220,000 just allows them to be paid that additional sum if needed, but the funds will actually come from the projects that have been approved. So if project is $1 million, part of that is going to be the procurement work that Ernst & Young does for us. And so it'll be coming out of those project line items. But in total, they may be paid more for administrative work. So we have to report it as such. And that's what this amendment does. So just so everybody on the board is understanding what this is that they're voting on.
I think that was a good explanation. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Yes, Mr. Iqbal.
Madam Chair, I agree with Ms. Juby that it's a lot of money that we are paying, and we already have paid a lot to this consultant. The question is, what's the alternative? How can we save something, shave off from $220,000? That's just what I'm looking for. Is there a way out?
Does anybody else have a comment? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, repeat.
That's a yes.
Thank you. Ford? No. Gums?
Gums, no.
Iqbal?
Well, yes.
Juby?
Juby, no.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Guys, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, no.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, no.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, no.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva's a yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surges?
No.
Tarver?
Tarver's no.
Tepe?
Deputy, no.
Williams?
Williams, no.
Young?
No.
11. I think, second. Total 23, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It passes 12, 11.
12-11. All right, it
Does pass.
passes. Surges,
Madam Chair,
would you like to have a motion to move that forward?
motion to move forward 24-228, adopting a Kane County Climate Action Implementation Plan.
8 seconds.
8 seconds, all righty.
Madam Chair, my comments are, after long conversations on this, very pleasant conversations, mind you, with Ms. Bates, and some of the research that I've done, the only action that I'm seeing that's changed at all is on the front page, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down. The plan recommends actions that encourage and support action on a community basis that will improve Kane County. Mavis, in the future, a red line is so much easier to try and understand where the changes, because as far as there's like 5 words or 6 words that was the basis of this, that I'm just a no on this at this moment in time. So I just wanted to record it as such.
Okay, you are a no. Are there any other comments on this? Yes, yes, sir.
Roth here. I'd like to make a motion. We move this back to energy environmental. We had less than 20 minutes discussion on this, and we did not go into any detail. It was kind of rubber stamp just to push it forward. There's a lot of things in here that requires a detailed discussion, and I think it's more efficient to do it inside that committee than in front of 24 board members.
Leonard will second that.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second to move this agenda item back to energy and environment. Is there any discussion on this? Yes, Mr. Young.
I'm David Young. I was on that, I'm in the Environmental and Energy Committee, and Mr. Roth is right. We had very, very little time to discuss this. It was just passed through, and you look at the plan, which is over 140 pages in length that we saw at the Environmental and Energy Committee. Then at the county of the whole meeting we had at the end of May, what was presented was a much shorter plan. It was a 26-page plan. And then there were changes that were created in between the plan. I'm gonna call it Plan 1, E&E. Then there's the cow plan, and then there is a revision of the E&E plan, which had just different, it had different wording associated with it, and it changed from the environmental. Then we had the cow meeting, and now we have this brand new proposal. And I agree with Mr. Roth, Mr. Leonard, that we should have a much further and robust discussion in the environmental and energy community or committee. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Is there anybody else? Mr. Iqbal?
Madam Chair, I wrote you an email and wrote to Ms. Bates also on the same line as Mr. Young spoke. There are so many speakers who spoke very eloquently, and I thank them all. One of the speakers said that the Earth's temperature was rising, and that's true. As an engineer, I accept it, and I believe there is an impact because of that temperature. The question is, what is the consequence? And that's where the contention lies. There was a baseball player named Yogi Berra, and he had some good saying, and one of them was, it's hard to predict anything, particularly the future. We just don't know how to predict the effect of this global warming, and that's where the contention is. I'm an engineer, and I agree with that. I cannot predict what it is. I wrote this thing to say that this plan is a generic template obtained from someone, and we did not have to spend that time. We need something specific. We need something environmentally, some impact plan, but not this plan. For example, it has many chapters, but there's only one chapter which is required by us from the state. If you read the statute, there's only one item, and that's called waste management, commonly known as garbage disposal. That costs us money. It shows up on our bill every month, and it's increasing. The free market is not going to take care of it. We have to take care of it. In the last 4 years, we had done nothing on this topic. Previously, we had this landfill, which was very good. That's how the government should work, should take care of the people's business. And we needed something more. I don't know what landfill is or what station we need, but we need to look at it. And I am thankful to Ms. Bates because she has put this item on the agenda, E&E committee, and it would be discussed. The second item that the statute is required is a very small one in the same line, solid waste. It's called manure management. That is our responsibility. And we have to take care of these two items. Other items are not mandatory. They are precatory, and we may recommend, we may not recommend, that are way down the priority. So I suggest that it should be sent back to the committee and they should look at it from the priority respect, what is required of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you
Chair.
very much. Yes, Ms. Gums.
Thank you. Just a point of order. I believe the discussion should be about moving it back to energy and environment and not the details of the actual plan. So if we could stick to that for efficiency.
All right,
That is
very good.
correct.
That is correct. Thank you for that correction. All right. Yes, Ms. Bates, of course.
I believe this is under the category of sending it back or not sending it back. It is a big plan. I believe it's a very good plan. It has been on the agenda of the Energy and Environmental Committee at least since last September. We had 3 public meetings, north, middle, and south. We introduced it into, we voted on it in Energy and Environmental. Yes. We voted on it in executive. Yes. We had a committee of the whole meeting because we wanted to allow more discussion. I believe there's been plenty of discussion about this plan. I think many of us who took the time to read it, somebody asked me today, well, where is the plan? I can't find it anywhere. And I said, well, it's in the packet. It's embedded. The entire plan is in the packet. I think there's been, I urge you to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Young, you've already spoken once. Is there anybody else who would like to speak who's not yet said anything?
I'm Mr. Roth, by the way.
I'm so sorry. I'm doing that.
Mr. Young is sitting in front of
Mr.
me.
Young, Mr. Young, you spoke once as well. Mr. Roth, yes, please.
And I'll restate in the energy environmental because it ran long because of the prior resolution. Well, the discussion on the tree ordinance, we did spend less than 20 minutes. And when you're talking about this, a resolution of this size, and it is the committee's responsibility to go in details. And we haven't done that. And I went to the Elgin public thing. It is the job of the committee to make a recommendation after discussion, and we haven't had that discussion. And I think we need to be fiscal responsible to have that committee just go through it with a fine-tooth comb and decide.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Roth. Nobody else? All right, I think we're ready. This is to take the vote on Mr. Doherty. This is to move this back to energy and environment.
Okay, but I just want to ask why the thing went from almost 200 pages down to 28 pages. What happened?
In light of Ms. Gums's comment, that is not germane to this conversation. We can broaden that out during energy and environment if it does get moved. If not, that question can be addressed.
I just, Gums here, just for clarification. Did this get voted on in energy and environment? Did I miss that?
Yes, it was a 5-2 vote. Yes.
5-2. Thank you.
It was
That's
voted.
And
on.
exec, it was 9-2.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, are we ready? Okay, this is to
Put back.
move this back to the Energy and Environment Committee. So, everybody understands what a yes and no is? All right, very good. Please, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, no.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman, Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Guys, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
No.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman,
No.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
No.
Tepe,
No.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay,
Failed.
10,
13 to
12,
10.
13. Okay, so that
The motion continues with discussion here. Is not moved. Is that accurate? All right. Mr. Doherty, your question was, could you repeat it, please?
I'm trying to understand why, what happened that made it shortened it by 75%. Do you know what the reasoning is?
I will now ask Ms. Bates to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. The presentation was a summary. It was intended as a presentation, not the entire plan. So the entire plan is embedded in today's agenda. It's about what, 125 pages, 141. So the presentation that was so short was supposed to be a summary of the report, not the whole report.
All right, anybody
I see.
else?
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I applaud the effort on trying to deal with these issues like this with climate change because they're so controversial. But my concern is putting the numbers in here as one of them, because when you start saying that it's just an idea or a suggestion, and then you start putting goals in here that we don't even know is reasonable or has reality to them, then a lot of times the cost of what it takes to try to reach those goals fall back on the everyday residents of in this case, Kane County. One of the things that I think that is more important is to look at issues that actually cost and continually to cost the residents of Kane County more money, and that is waste management, and more look at our issue with how we can deal with plastic and batteries. I think those issues have to be looked at, which are stronger, and issues that comes from not just us, but from companies and manufacturing. What are, if there's any issues at that level in Kane County, I think we should take a look at.
Okay, very good.
Just a point of clarification, please. There is a chapter on waste management in the climate action plan to help with those issues.
That was already addressed by Mr. Iqbal, I think was pretty effectively. Ms. Juby, yes, ma'am.
So I took a little bit of pushback when I said that I had a problem with some of the unfunded mandates. And I want to thank Jody Walnick and Mavis for working and either clarifying the reason why some of the language that I thought maybe would be a mandate was in there, realizing it actually wasn't a mandate, and then changing other language that was clearly mandated into, and I hate to use the word more aspirational because then people are like, there's no teeth to it. But if you don't have a plan, you can't get anywhere. So I really appreciate all the hard work. And I will tell you that every time someone alerted me to a change, I read all 141 pages again. And so I appreciate that you didn't have time to read it or discuss it, but I've read it 6 times since the executive meeting. So, and I appreciate the work that everyone's done. And because of that, I will be voting yes for it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Juby. Anybody else over here? I'll recognize everybody. Yes, yes, sir, Mr. Williams.
So first of all, I thought some of our speakers today were
Microphone,
incredibly
please.
impressive, especially that young lady with the baby. I thought her insights at her age were very insightful and gave us some really good perspective. You know, we live in a carbon-based environmental energy society. Every day I see coal trains going down the railroad tracks by my house. We're encouraging everybody to shift to electric, but that electric is powered by coal power plants. We're just outsourcing our pollution. I don't really, this is fine. This is, it's laudable to have a goal to conserve our resources. I'm a conservative. I'm a conservationist. I'm all for conserving our resources. But I don't think the technology is there where this is going to really do anything. I think that's years and years away. And when we look at our competitors like India and China, who are fueling our industry in this world. I mean, we outsource our pollution to those countries right now. We like to think this, we feel good about ourselves doing this, but at the end of the day, until the rest of the world changes its approach, this isn't going to mean much to us, and it's imposing costs on our residents. So for that reason, while I appreciate the hard work, I'll be a no on this vote.
Very good. Ms. Gums, please.
Madam Chair, I wrote some stuff down because there's so much in my brain, I can't ever remember anything. I just want to start out by saying that, we have to balance I'm going to support this. My thought process, you got to balance quality of life, public health, and economic growth. So how, when I'm looking at this and I'm going, okay, is this a good idea? That's what I have to do. Is it good for Kane County? I would say that no action is negligible. So yeah, we have to do something. So in 1963, when the Clean Air Act came upon us, there were a lot of people that didn't like that either. Then the invention of the catalytic converter, it wasn't an option. We had horrible air and people were dying, and we went from 63.7 million tons of, lead in the air to, I think it's 29 million tons. Because somebody didn't know what the end result was going to be, they still went forward and tried it. Science will change. We will amend this. There were 2 amendments in the Clean Air Act already before that. Those numbers came. Sulfur dioxide went down. You name it, it went down. Between 1980 and 2014, it dropped 98%. Some of you are able to remember what the sky used to look like. I was young. I remember when the sky was nasty. I'm not that old, but it was nasty. And then, economic growth, it didn't stop in 1975. We still built cars. There was still development. There was still all kinds of growth and innovation and change. It all happened, but they had to start somewhere. And I am going to support this knowing that the science will change. Our plan will be amended, and hopefully in the end, we'll be better off for it. So I'm supporting this with a lot of research there.
Thank you. Mr. Roth.
Roth here. There are some good points on this plan, but the thing is, we haven't discussed it. A lot of it is depending on science to improve. And there are disagreements among the scientists on what the actionable plan are, and it will change and it will get better. Part of it is, Obama killed the coal industry especially in Illinois, the high sulfur coal. But we're actually producing more high sulfur coal now and shipping it to China for their coal plants. And this whole plan talks about reducing carbon, but they can only give a worldwide number. And what percent can we do? The example of the improvement on the car, that was a federal law passed. What can the county do to affect it? And part of it is, we need to be fiscal responsible to our voters. We need to stop do what I say and not what I do. There are issues the county's not addressing. For example, and I keep bringing up, we should have been on LED lights 100% 10 years ago. That's almost $1 million we could be saving. That's a good thing that we should be concentrating on. There was an article on May 19th in the Tribune regarding methane leaking from the garbage dumps. And they say methane is 80% worse than carbon because it generates. And the question I asked in one of the meetings was, have we looked into that for our garbage dumps? That's a critical thing that we need to be on top of. It may not be an issue. I'm not saying it is, but that's the thing. There was an article done in August of 22 that the best solution for helping on climate warming and the least expensive is planting more trees. We do not have an active program in the county to be planting more trees. When we discussed the tree ordinance in the last month's energy, they talked about what our tree population used to be and what it is now. We're not doing anything to reverse that. And that's where we need to be proactive. We have a lot of land that we could plant trees. Do we need to do 10 billion in one day? No, but we need to have at least a program moving forward and not just be pushing all these suggestions down to our voters because they have to make a living and we need to be fiscal responsible.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Looking over here, just top row. Yes, sir.
David Young, I spent a lot of time going through this. In the end, this plan is completely unnecessary. It's going to threaten freedoms. It's going to cost taxpayers money. I think it's going to drive businesses out. If you look at Kane County and you look at this plan, it states that the Kane County is already reducing its greenhouse gases anyway. And Kane County already has very clean air, water, and soil. It just does. If you look at the plan itself, and I have a whole bunch of notes here, page 191, Ted Redmond, who did this from Pale Blue Dot, that did this plan, he brings up this temperature data and he states that we're going to go from 60 degrees average high temperature to 70 degrees average high temperature with no data behind it. That's North Carolina, by the way. That's what North Carolina is right now. So this guy has the temperature data that we're going to go from 60 to 70 with nothing behind it. So I reject that itself. And the other thing he does, he puts up data for 30 years. I mean, if you're going to do some data collection, why don't you look at a trend over 100 years, 300 years, 1,000 years? He's talking about 30 years. On page 192, he talks about Kane County and how that their emissions have fallen nearly 5%. We're already going the right direction. We don't need this additional plan. We already have clean air, water, and soil. We have plenty of regulations in place. Page 193, they talk about, that big green, that big, globe, and it states that we have this carbon dioxide problem where it goes from 3.3 to 4.1 to 4.2. I don't even know where they get this information. I don't know how they measure the CO2. There's nothing that says what data they're using, how they're measuring it, what technology they're using. If you look at what you can measure clean air. I mean, you can measure air quality. When I was doing this and doing some research on Sunday for the meeting, the air quality in Kane County was 15. 15. That's the best air quality you're going to get in the world. And by contrast, you look at that same day, New Delhi, India was 88. And that's considered one of the worst areas on earth. And it's because of pollution. And we have cleaned up the pollution here. We're doing fine with what we've got, and we don't need to put these new regulations in place that's going to cost taxpayers money and it's going to drive businesses out. Page 195, it appears that this climate action plan, it's not geared just toward Kane County. This was some blueprint that was just kind of like adopted for Kane County, that's going to be adopted for some other county in the United States. So if you look at this, I don't think it was really necessarily written for Kane County. It was primarily just fill in the blanks for a couple of spots in Kane County. They reference the United Nations and the U.S. Conference of Mayors. We really don't care about those people. We're citizens of Kane County. Why do we care about what those people think? Page 196, he states, quote, wildfires in Canada and Western U.S. have degraded Illinois' air quality. I agree. This is one part of the plan that I agree with. You guys remember a year ago with the Canadian wildfires, right? I mean, we had the worst air quality in the world at that point. You can look it up. But implementing this Green New Deal for Kane County, it will never isolate Kane County from the impacts of forest fires in Canada. It's just not going to. Page 197, Ted talks about power outages, road damage, bridge collapse, and water infrastructure failure. When did we experience those over the last few years? These are simply scare tactics. Page 198. Again, I mentioned this before, but how is carbon dioxide measured? I found something on the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and I found that it says, quote, currently most cities estimate their greenhouse gas emissions based on indirect economic measures, such as the number of vehicle miles traveled within the city. So what they're doing is that they're estimating where we're at with our CO2 based upon the number of people and the number of vehicles on the road. They don't tell you that I used a CO2 detector from company ABC and I've got them spread out every 1 mile and we got this data collected and this is what we're doing. And then he says he wants to lower the greenhouse gas emissions down from 25% and the 80% of your greenhouse gas is CO2. So let's measure CO2. They don't tell you how they're measuring it because they're guessing at it. So I have to reject what he says there. Page 199, that's where he does show that Kane County is reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We're already going in the right direction. Why do we want to have all of these policies put in place? It's going to cost taxpayers money and push businesses out of Kane County. Page 201. I don't know why they mention other cities and other states. We don't care. We're Kane County. Page 203. This is one of my favorite parts of it, is that 1,100 respondents or 1,100 citizens responded to a survey. 75% of those respondents agree that action should be taken. That's 825 people out of 515,000 people. So we're going to have 0.2% of the population drive this climate action plan. So I want you to think about that. Then we go to the implementation and actions part of the plan. In the transportation and land use, all they talk about is walking and riding bikes. We're going to walk or ride bikes. We're going to use mass transit. We're going to do share riding. And maybe if you need to use your vehicle, it better be an electric vehicle. Okay. That's a transportation and land use. Then you go to strategy TL4, page 272, increase battery electric vehicle use. Essentially, they want to go from 2,500 vehicles to about 100,000 vehicles by 2030. By 2030. We don't have the infrastructure to even do that, number one. Number two, who can afford these vehicles? Look, I have a Toyota Tundra. If I wanted a full-size truck, like a Ford Lightning or the Rivian, that's cool. Those are $90,000. They're like double the price of your Toyota Tundra. So who can afford those vehicles? TL4-6, develop an incentive program. This is my second favorite thing. Page 272, develop an incentive program to convert fuel burning lawn equipment such as gas powered lawnmowers and blowers to electric. I don't know how that's going to be done. I think that what are you going to tax people because they've got a gas mower or a gas weed whacker? I don't know. Are you going to give free electric stuff out to people as the incentive? Who's going to pay for that?
Mr. Young, I don't mean to interrupt you, but are you going to go through each one?
I have
Almost-
about 4 more pages left.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So TL6, page 274, it says achieve 100% conversion of all. Madam Chair, by the way, my original document was about double what I have now. Every portion on this plan has a problem to me. So I'm going to go quickly. Page TL6, page 274, it says achieve 100% conversion of all gasoline vehicles within local government and public fleets to EV by 2040 and all diesel vehicles by 2050. I have not seen an electric vehicle snowplow. Okay. So I don't see how that's going to happen. I don't know why that's even in the plan, or dump truck. It's unicorn talk. Okay. Buildings and energy. Now we're moving on to buildings and energy. Buildings and energy, BE1-5. Page 275, it says encourage and support the development of rental housing energy efficiency policy by 2027. requiring single-family and multifamily rental housing to report energy efficiency and meet minimum energy efficiency to qualify for rental licensing. What this does is this is penalizing landowners. So you as a landowner are going to have to go ahead and get yourself up to date on some kind of a energy efficiency. And if you don't, will you not be allowed to rent your property? I don't know. Or it's going to drive the rent up because you have to put all this stuff in there to make sure it's rentable. BE 1-10, page 276, establish a building performance ordinance that requires commercial and industrial buildings over 20,000 square feet to track and report energy use and eventually to implement specific energy actions. This is going to cost businesses money and they're just going to move out. BE 2-4, page 276. A net zero ordinance requiring new construction to be net zero ready with no natural gas emissions. So this will be an ordinance that will need to be passed to enforce it. Now, the wording changed to this one where it says it's something like it's suggested to be an ordinance, but you know that means it's going to go as an ordinance. BE 4-3, page 278, a solar ready ordinance to require all residential, multifamily residential, and commercial buildings to be solar ready. This will be mandatory. So when you think about why would anyone build in Kane County? If you're going to have to go through and make it solar ready, the cost of regulations, it's going to cost business. Waste management. This might be my fourth favorite one. WM-1-8, page 288. Conduct or hire a consultant to conduct a comprehensive assessment of pricing incentives and penalties for residential waste and penalties for residential waste and penalties. The key word is penalties here. So you're gonna do it or you're gonna get paid. You're gonna be fined. WM 1-13, page 282, establish a phase out. I guess this might be my fifth favorite. Establish a phase out of single-use products by 2026 by implementing an opt-in fee for such products. This should apply to, but not limited to, bags, utensils, napkins, and takeout containers. So really, we're going to get rid of napkins and plastic knives and forks. And if you don't get rid of them, you're going to get penalized. You're going to get fined. And this actually happens in 18 months, by the way, that they want to do with this plan. WM 3-2, page 284. This one says, consider developing ordinances. They changed the wording. Consider developing ordinances requiring commercial customers to recycle material streams like cardboard, paper, etc. Once this ordinance is passed, you're gonna have to enforce it, and this will drive business out. Waste and water and wastewater. W3-9, page 286. Develop a program to provide incentives to property owners for improved stormwater management to be paid for in part by a stormwater utility fee. W3-12. Establish a stormwater utility fee. Okay. So if you don't collect rainwater, you're going to get fined. Local food and agriculture, FA 1-3, page 288, collaborate with partners and advocate for the development of a carbon credit. Funding mechanisms could include establishing a tax on auto gasoline and diesel. Funding mechanisms could include establishing a tax on auto gasoline, establishing a tax on gasoline. It's right there in the plan. Green space and ecosystems, GE 1-2, page 292. This is the tree thing, and they want to go on private land and make sure that you don't cut down trees. So you're infringing on private property and private property rights. Health and safety, HS 1-8, page 295, increase availability for cooling mechanisms in low-income housing and rental units, like air conditioning units. I thought we were trying to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, but now we're going to give these low-income housing people air conditioning units, and who's going to pay for that? And this isn't going to decrease greenhouse gases. Climate economy, CE 4-4, page 300, identify a sustainable funding source for increased utility assistance for low-income residents. So this just tells you that this plan has no idea how to fund energy efficiency programs for low-income households. Lastly, I'm almost done. Thank you for the time. Pale blue dot, Ted Redmond. Who is this guy? I looked him up. Look him up on LinkedIn. He got his degree in from architecture at the University of Detroit. One of his skills that he lists on his LinkedIn profile is interior design. So we have an architect with interior design that designed the Green New Deal for Kane County. And wait, there's more, because it's not just him, it's his wife. And there's another lady that does like some kind of marketing or something. So what are we like a $92 million? Is that our budget? $92 million. And we actually have this plan in the hands of 3 people, a guy that doesn't even have an environmental biology degree or scientist degree. So it obviously, I think you'd probably guess that I'm against this.
You've said that quite eloquently.
And and just from basically whatever I just went over with everybody, think about this. And I ask you to totally reject this plan. Thank you.
I cannot see if there's a speaker who is attending virtually because of the TV. Is that indeed, do we have any speaker who is attending virtually who would like to speak at this time? Any of our board members?
Madam Chair.
Hold on, please, Ms. Bates. For those of you who are attending online, our 4 board members, no. I cannot see you, so you know, technology is sometimes not agreeable to a meeting.
May I
so-
present the PowerPoint with the changes?
Hold on a second, please. We may still have speakers.
Yeah, nobody has their hand up online.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Thank you for confirming that. I appreciate it. All right. Is there anybody who would like to speak who has not yet spoken? Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure, this is Caius. Many of you may know that I have a background. I have been to Shanghai, China, and worked in coal gasification for a number of years. I've seen what the byproduct of coal is. I've also seen what they have done in China to clean things up. They're moving in the right direction. I think that it's really easy to get hung up on a lot of small details, but I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
Excuse me. Quiet, please. We have a speaker. Thank you. Mr. Caius, continue, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that we allow other people to speak at the meetings, and I would appreciate the same courtesy as well, please. We are trying to reach each other. I think that we have actually way more in common than our differences on this. We all want a cleaner planet, and we've made tremendous strides since, as Ms. Gums mentioned, since the Clean Air Act. I think that this is certainly not as sweeping, but I think it's one contribution we can make as a county and in our neighborhood. I think the quality of life here is good. That's why we're all here. I did watch the movie, that you suggested that we watch, Mr. Young. And again, it's a lot of data that's one way or the other. You can take a lot of data. One of the comments by one of the professors was, I encourage everyone to go look at all the data and decide for themselves. Well, as we know, there's just a ton of data and it's hard to decide. It's hard to pick. It would be impossible for all of us. It takes 5 years of full work to become an expert at anything. I have done research and been in research for over 9 years. And I think that it behooves us to take the word of the experts, both pro and con. I understand there's always a lot of in between. As a matter of fact, I worked with pollinators for a number of years, and we heard the killer bees, about how bad killer bees were being. Well, they weren't quite as bad as we thought. But everybody has a stake in this, whether you actually make your money directly from coal or fossil fuels, or whether you make your money by having created a lot of jobs in the clean energy. I think that this is a positive step forward. I think that we've addressed, but despite the clerical things that we have going, all of the conditions where that there would be any requirement to do this. I think that we're encouraging people to do it. I think this is a big step to encourage people to do the right thing. And if you don't want to partake in it, that's up to you as an individual. I think that this is a reasonable step forward for us as a board and as a county to pass this and put it in as a positive encouragement to make Kane County even cleaner, even better. We've come a long way, as you say, Mr. Young. When I was a kid, I'm not from here, but they wouldn't let the kids go in the river. We've made those big steps to make it clean up the river. We can't take that for granted. This is another step forward. I believe in the free market, allowing and encouraging people to do what they can. Again, I don't think that we're overstepping our bounds and requiring anyone to do this. Please follow whatever you think is important to you to make sure that this county is the best as I've seen, and the best it'll be in the future. And I think we should pass this.
Yes, Mr. Kenyon.
I'd like to thank David Young for reading through that. It was long, but it's not really in the best interest of all the people of Kane County. I talked with Mavis and we worked through concern I have with agriculture, but I don't want to see residents have to pay more money for heat because they have to buy electric heat. I know this is popular, but it's being shoved down your throat, David. That's what they're doing, shoving it down your throat. Electric cars. What are we going to do about electric big tractors? One step leads to another, and then it's a slippery slope. I don't think it's in the best interest of Kane County. Sorry, Mavis. Tried, but.
Thank you, Mr. Kenyon. Mr. Tarver?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tarver here. First of all, I really want to say thank you to the 83-member team who actually did a lot of this research, and also want to echo some of the things that Mavis said, that this plan has been worked through the Energy and Environmental Committee. We did pass, to your point, 5-2. It did go to the Executive Committee, which it did pass, and it was brought to here. To my colleague, Ms. Juby, we've also read this, so we've done our due diligence. I do feel like there's been some misconceptions as far as truth, and I don't think we're all always going to agree on this. The member team who put this together is a lot smarter than me, so that's why I read this. I asked questions, and I am a believer. I feel that this plan is a proactive plan. Is it perfect? No, but we will continue to make strides. And if we want to leave our area better and have a better quality of life, not only for the cities that we live in, but the county and the state, we need to start something. We need to be proactive. And I can commend that, and I will be voting in favor. Go ahead,
Thank
Mavis,
you.
you're next.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Ms. Bates, I'm not going to address
Okay.
you right now. Yes.
So thank you. When my friend, Mr. Young, was speaking, multiple times, he said that in Kane County, we have clean air, clean water. And I totally agree. And I've lived here my whole life, and I do remember when the Fox was horrible. I remember several other things. And as I sit here and listen, I'm in favor of this because I want to make sure that it stays the way it is now. You've all met my 6-year-old granddaughter, and I want her to always be able to enjoy everything about this beautiful county that I enjoy right now. Saturday, I was at the Green Fest in Aurora, and we had lots of amazing exhibits about everything from, water to trees to soil to just everything. And we walked around that, and I didn't agree with everything, but I certainly got a great education on a lot of things. And that's what I see part of this climate action plan do. It's going to give us a chance to educate ourselves and our future. So I am totally for this. And I also wanted to mention that I totally believe that this climate action plan will become every monthly line item on the E&E, so that it's not just going to get shoved down people's throats. Little bits of it are going to be discussed every single month. Correct, Mavis?
Correct.
So it's not going to go away. It's just going to keep continuing to get better. We'll refine it, as Madam Gum said. It'll grow, it'll change. But I'm just so excited the fact that we care so much about our county. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody who has not just spoken? Yes, Ms. Strathman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Strathman here. I also will be supporting this, not only because of the work that everybody has done, putting it together and listening to people and correcting language that people were questioning. I think a lot of work has been put in with this. I understand that this is not an exact science, and there are some people who question the motives of some of the scientists who support climate change. But I'm a person who believes that we are stewards and we need to act as such. This is not just for us, and there are no boundaries that keep us just inside King County. I don't think we can be concerned only for the people about King County and not care about people around us or around the world. We're all on this planet together. This small blue marble affects all of us. I'm a person who, I have family, I have children, I have grandchildren, and I believe it is my responsibility to preserve that and to preserve the way of life and make it better if possible. I'm a person who has asthma. I know full well how bad the air was last August. I could hardly walk from my car because of the Canadian fires. And I understand that we have no control over Canada with their fires. But Canada decided that their policy used to be that they would not control the fires because there are some benefits. That's why we do controlled burns on some of our land. But they changed their policy after last year, and they are going to be controlling the, it was an old policy. They saw that it didn't work any longer, and they changed it, which I believe is what we will be doing with our climate action plan. If we see stuff that needs to be changed, then we'll be working on it. I don't expect that we will all agree on any part of it. And I don't see any of it saying that you have to buy an electric car or you have to do all these changes that we're suggesting. I wonder when we had rural communities and they started putting up telephone poles for electricity, what were the complaints then? Was it going to interfere with my view of my neighbor's property? And what happens if a storm comes through? And we may not have more storms. I don't know about that, but we do have more intense storms than we've had in the past. I think that this is responsible, being a responsible citizen of this good earth to support this. And I absolutely will be supporting it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Linder, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I also support the plan. I don't think it's perfect. I think there's some things in there that may never be implemented and some things that will be refined to make it much better. But we talk about the horrible things they're doing in China and India to the environment and say, well, it doesn't matter what we do here because they're doing these things in China and India. Well, what if the people in China and India are saying it doesn't matter what we do here because they're not doing anything in Geneva, Illinois? We need to do something. That there's the science deniers of the world are science deniers. I don't know what else to say about that. But I support the plan. I know it needs refinement. I know there are parts of it that we may never get to, but in general, we have to have something in place, and that's where we start working.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Linder. We've had a pretty robust conversation. Should we, last speaker?
Thank you for being last. I'm sort of a history buff, mainly because of my advanced age. But, you think back 120 years ago, if we'd really had some thoughts and some looking towards the future, we wouldn't have dumped all our garbage into our rivers. We wouldn't have the problems that we've had and we're spending dollars on now, changing. And it's the same way with the burning of our garbage at one point in time where we're polluting the air. So we've come a long way, but if somebody had the foresight that we possibly have now, that we can make things better for our future, even though no one thought of that 120 some years ago. So I'm supporting this. I think it's a plan. And we're not telling anybody they have to do it. We're saying, hey, these are suggestions, and we may not all agree with them, but I think the suggestions are there. And as time goes on, we're going to realize that some are good and some bad, and some we want to take advantage of and some we don't. But I'm supporting the program.
Okay, very good. no one's got anything else to do.
Oh.
All right. This is an important conversation. Please, I'm joking. Please. Yes. Dr. Silva.
Yes, thank you. I do understand the concern, and I often sit back and listen because I'd like to see what everybody is thinking, and but the wheels are moving in my head. I do understand the hesitancy because there is such a thing as doing the right thing for the wrong reasons. I do understand that that exists. I'd like to touch a little bit on the fact that I feel we are very dependent on plastics. There are chemicals, many leaders agree that there are forever chemicals in different types of plastics that can seep into our water as they're carried through the trucks that bring them to our stores and into our homes, in the plasticware that we use. So I think there is a plan. I think there is a bigger plan. And as we protect the environment, we are also protecting our own bodies. There was a speaker who brought our attention to the fact that there could be many toxins in Narcan. And while that may be true, again, there are toxins in the things that we use to make our foods and drink our water from. So while this isn't a perfect plan, while this needs to be reevaluated again and again, I encourage our board members to continue to do things in our homes to avoid plastics, to encourage the benefit of taking care of the environment. And I will be in support of this for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, since I wanted one last speaker, this is the last call. I think we're ready to call the vote. Yes.
That's fine.
All right, let's call the vote.
Ellen, I. Bates, Berman, Doherty,
Dory, no.
Ford, Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
No.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard, Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez,
Mr. Sanchez, you're no longer here.
okay. Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis.
No.
Tarver,
Yes.
Tepe,
Tippy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young.
No.
All right,
Passes. 13-9.
10 nays. I'm counting 2.
9 nays.
I'm sorry, did I?
13 years.
You're right. So it passes.
It passes.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right.
Yeah, 13-9.
Mr. Young, 24-233.
Thank you, David Young.
A motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gums will move.
I will second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Combs.
You're welcome, Mr. Young.
I wanted to bring this up. This was in the Public Health Committee, and I voted no against this then. I'll vote against it now, and I will bring up the same thing I brought up then. It just that I just feel that the guns get such a bad rap, and I wanted to go through a couple of things about S in Kane County from the coroner report in 2022. Gunshot, and these are deaths, gunshot wounds, total of 22, 14 from suicide and 8 from homicide. Death by hanging, total of 22, same as total gunshot wounds. Death from falling, total of 43. Death from motor accidents, total of 44. Death from drugs, including opioids and alcohol, total of 178, which is the leading cause of death. But yet we are talking about guns and gun locks, and I'm starting to feel in my short time here on the board that the Public Health Committee is more politically motivated than anything else. And we've talked about guns and several times in this board, just in my short tenure here, but we haven't talked about what are we going to do to make sure the kids don't drink and smoke and do all that sort of thing that could actually cause them death as well as adults. So I just want you to ponder this, and I'm probably going to be the only one voting no on this resolution, but I want to ponder this. Of the homicides that were by guns, how many of those were self-defense? How many lives were saved by having a good guy with a gun? Of the homicides and suicides at number 22, how many of those guns had gun locks installed on them before they were used? I could argue every single one of them. You don't know. No one knows. There was nothing that says that having these gun locks will decrease gun violence. There's no really study for that. I didn't. That wasn't brought up in the discussion. The last thing is that this resolution calls for an acceptance grant of $48,700 to purchase gun locks. They don't tell you how many gun locks they're going to purchase. I assume that they're 5,000 gun locks because they're roughly $10 each if you look on Amazon. But that wasn't stated how many were going to be purchased, nor did it state the manufacturer that was going to be used. I do believe that when you start pushing gun locks, and it goes back to our conversation we just had, we're not going to mandate this, right? But you're suggesting it. And at that point, you are infringing on the Second Amendment right, I feel. So therefore, I ask people to vote along with me and vote no and oppose this resolution. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Strathman, yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This, again, like some of the suggestions of the resolution we just passed, this is a suggestion. This is not mandatory. This is going to be available for people who want them. And Executive Director Isaacson is online and he can speak to this resolution if you would like.
We've got several hands up. First of all, there's a suggestion. Do you need Mr. Isaacson to speak to this? I see no. Thank you, Mr. Isaacson, for being available. Please stay online. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, it's not that I don't see the relevance on this. I do feel this is more about responsibility of a gun owner, not taking away rights of the Second Amendment. I believe in defending yourself is very important, but this is about making sure that guns that are inside your house are stored safely and secure for children, visitors, and family members who might come into your home. This is not about doing anything outside of that. This is not a mandate. It's not a requirement. It's an opportunity that we offer our citizens of the county to protect themselves and to protect their family. This is not a requirement. This is to purchase and offer this as a way to save that. A lot of gun owners might not necessarily have safe storage, whether they have the strap that will go along the gun or they'll have a safe. I'm not a gun owner, but I don't oppose gun ownership. I do believe being a responsible gun owner is very important, and that's how I see this. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kenyon, I recognize you.
I'm Mike Kenyon, and I own firearms. I have a gun safe. I have these gun locks. And in the newspaper on Monday, firearm safety begins by properly stored guns and ammunition. It says since 2017, deaths of young adults, 24 and younger, has surpassed deaths from accidents with firearms. It's just about a young person who picks it up and then pulls the trigger. They don't mean to do anything. They pull a trigger and all of a sudden somebody else dies in another room. It's damn common sense. I can put my gun safe in the office and I don't have any children in there. So they keep it away from them, but I still think we have to properly store firearms. and it's not mandated. Don't be scared by everything, David. It's a good thing, and it's not for you. It's for people, other people who don't have maybe the facilities you do to keep firearms away from children. That's why people die. Just by mistakes.
Thank you, Mr. Kenyon. Yes.
Madam Chair, Gums here. Just want to say that I think this is a great idea. Again, we're not mandating that anybody do this. Obviously, Kane County is in support of Ethan's law that does mandate it, but that hasn't passed yet. Mr. Young and my family may have raised, yes, my father did raise me to be around guns my whole life. And we are, our family, law enforcement family, taught our children and our nieces and our nephews safety and all of those things that go with it. But not every family is made that way. And I guess when you have a child in your home that may be suicidal or have suicidal tendencies, or they have a friend that has that and they come to your house to visit, when they walk into your house, you should be able to put that gun away, lock it up, and keep it out of their possession. If they're not at your house, you don't have to lock it up. Nobody's saying you have to lock it up, because I do also understand that accessibility issue. But if I know somebody's coming to my house with an addiction problem or a mental health issue, that sucker's getting locked up, and I am a gun owner. I just think I'll agree with Mr. Kenyon. This is just common sense. And I think we, to the core, agree on it at some level. This isn't making anybody do anything. We are giving it to people to save lives. That's the point.
Mr. Young, you've already had the opportunity to speak, so I just want to make sure that there's nobody else who would like to speak on this who's not yet spoken. Yes, sir.
Williams here. So I'm a gun owner, have 2 gun safes. I'm 100% for responsible gun ownership. I will be voting for this resolution, but what I don't like about this resolution is that we call out the city of Aurora and we use these terms, notable escalations and shootings. Where are the facts behind that? I don't represent Aurora, but I've been in Aurora enough to know that they've done yeoman's work in crime prevention, and it's become a much safer city. So I don't think this was appropriate for us to insert this third whereas in the resolution, and I would move to amend the motion to remove the third preamble.
I would second that. Gums.
I would second it also.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
All right, so okay, so we're stopping this conversation now, and let me turn to the page. So we are now on the third whereas, just remove the whole whereas. Is that your suggestion, sir? Okay. Is everybody clear? So that is, Aurora's not called out, which I think is quite
Thank you for that,
appropriate.
Mr. Williams.
Quite appropriate. All right. We have a second on that?
Second.
Second. Clerk, please call the roll.
As amended?
As amended.
No,
Oh,
we're
no,
just,
this is
voting
on the-
amendment.
On the amendment.
It's the amendment.
This is on the amendment.
Voting amendment.
Madam
Only-
Chair,
only
this
the-
is
No,
Molina.
We're taking it out. We're voting to take this out, and then we're,
To strike the third whereas.
that's exactly,
Move third paragraph.
that's exactly correct. That's what we're voting upon.
Madam Chair,
Okay. Oh, yes, Ms. Molina.
sorry,
Yes,
I had
ma'am.
discussion on the amendment.
Oh, yes.
Because we are part of, I'm trying to remember the name of it, a project that the state of Illinois is funding, and we're targeting certain areas in Aurora that are deemed to be not as safe as others in the county. Do we need any wording that indicates that in this resolution for further funding? And my question would be to Mr. Isaacson. I'm not sure if that was the
No.
reason it was entered.
I would assume so, but Mr. Isaacson, could you speak to that now?
Yes, this whereas was simply added because the staff that we have working on gun violence prevention, as Ms. Molina said, is funded specifically to work in the city of Aurora. But this particular grant is separate from that. So I think striking the whereas I'm in support of removing the specific reference to Aurora, and I don't believe we need to add anything additional. I think it can stand with the amendment.
And I would
Thank you.
concur. Thank you, Ms. Molina, for excellent question. That grant is specialized for Aurora to work with Aurora residents, primarily Aurora youth. This is much more generic, available to anybody who resides in Kane County, this opportunity. So are we ready to take the roll?
On the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment.
Okay. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Come back to me. I'm a little mixed up.
Berman,
On the amendment,
correct.
I used
Yes.
my brain.
Yes, okay. Doherty,
Saying they need that or they don't need it.
Shorty, yes.
you, Ford,
Even with.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Oh, yes.
Juby,
Ruby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard. He's not here. Lewis is on the amendment, okay. Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez. He's not here. Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis,
Yes.
Carver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deppie, yes.
Williams, Young,
Yes.
Bates.
Yes.
It passes.
Bates, yes.
Okay, very good. It passes. All right, now back to the resolution. Is there any more discussion on this resolution? Mr. Young, this is your second time.
Right. And the last thing, just something real quick. You know, they in the coroner's death, they did say that, well, I lost my notes here. Like 173 fatalities due to drug and alcohol use, right? So it's 178 versus 22. So this is more of a hypothetical question, maybe it's directed to Director Isaacson. Is it maybe we should think about putting liquor bottles and your drugs into a container that's locked up. I'd like for him to do something like that for the community, since more people seem to be there are more fatalities. So since he is going to go after guns, he should go heavily after the drugs and the alcohol.
All right.
Thank you.
That suggestion could be considered by the health committee. Yes, Ms.
Thank
Gomes.
you. To the point there, Gums here, we do hand out Narcan and testing strips, so we do care about those things, and that's already done at the health
Okay,
department.
thank you. Ms. Strathman, last time.
Yes, thank you. One of the statistics we did not hear about this morning from Mr. Young is not all shooting accidents result in death. There are many injuries that are accidental injuries that do not include death. So that is another concern we have. And this is totally voluntary. You don't have to have one if you don't want one. So I will be supporting this.
I'm gonna get two.
All right. I think we've had a robust discussion on this. Are we ready to call the roll? Yes. Let's call the vote.
Okay, this is for 24-233 with that amendment included. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
No.
okay, Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Oh, yes.
Juby,
Ruby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard is not here. Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez. It's gone, I guess. Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
No.
He still passes.
Passes. So 3 noes, correct?
Correct.
3 noes. All righty. Mr. Surgis, 234.
Resolution authorizing acceptance of the Illinois Department of Public Health, LHD Respiratory Surveillance and Outbreak Response.
Your microphone, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Gosh, let me start over. Resolution 24-234 authorizing acceptance of the Illinois Department of Public Health Respiratory Surveillance and Outbreak Response Grant You
Could we
know
have a
what?
motion?
Yeah, that's the motion.
All right, second, please. Berman, all right, go. Mr. Surges.
What number is this?
Thank you, ma'am. You know what?
Yes,
We good?
yes, we're all fine.
2, 3,
You know what?
4.
I'm not sure this is required any longer at this point in time, and I realize it's grant money, but I would not be in favor of this.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Young.
David Young, one of the speakers, Lori, talked about this specifically when she was talking, that you're looking at surveillance and otherwise known as contact tracing. You're going to have $1 million grant with 6 people making over $117,000, including that includes their benefit package. So you have 6 people making over $117,000. And I guess I think, I don't know what they're going to be doing on a day-to-day basis, but one of the things that was asked is that what's going to happen after a year if we don't get this grant? I mean, will these people be fired? I have not. Well, I've only been here for a couple of years now, so I haven't seen so far since I've been here where departments have actually decreased. So I don't see these people going away once that they're in. The other line item that Lori had mentioned is the $295,000 of consulting fees, which I don't know what that goes toward. We're going to have 6 people doing surveillance and contact tracing and a consultant. Then again, I don't know what strings are attached to this money once you take it. So in that case, I'm going to be voting no against this. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Yes, Ms. Juby?
So I want to address 2 things, if I may. One, it's historically when your grant is over, you are released, and people who apply for those grant jobs understand that. It doesn't mean they're not rehired under a different grant, but when the money goes away, they go away. The other thing I keep hearing about is surveillance, and you have to consider context. The context that the word is being used in is not surveillance like where you're going and things like that. It's more like what illness is where. And I mean, I personally, if there's a TB outbreak at Jewel, I don't want to be shopping there. So I kind of look at that. That's what surveillance tells us. Where are these things happening? And how to contain them. I don't look at it as a form of tracking. The word spring in the English language has 42 definitions, all different. It can mean all different things. It's what your context is. When you look at the word surveillance in a health situation, in a context, you have to remember that it means something different than a satellite surveillance or a police surveillance. And so I just want people to understand that this isn't taking away the rights of people. It's allowing people to know where things are happening so that it can be contained. Like I said, I don't want to walk into a TB outbreak. So I'm going to be supporting this.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Gums.
Thank you. Gums here. You brought up the word police, so I'm just going to mention this. We've been doing surveillance. Well, I started in 1997 at the police department. Surveillance to protect our first responders from those outbreaks. This is not new. It's not exciting. It's not even special. Notification to our first responders, our ambulance drivers, our crews on the fire truck, and our police officers that there is a communicable disease is key for their safety. And we've been doing it. We should keep doing it. And if we are going to get money for it, that's great.
Agreed. I agree with that point. Yes, Mr. Tarver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Ms. Juby kind of stole what I was going to say, but I looked up really quick and it says public health surveillance is the ongoing systematic collection, analysis, and interpretation of data closely integrated with the timely dissemination of these data to those responsible for preventing and controlling disease and injury. So it's not, my perception is that's collecting the data and analyzing it so that we know how to best serve our community. So I just want to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this? Hearing none. Could we please call the vote?
Sure. Ellen,
Ellen, aye. Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Juby, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Lender, yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez is gone. Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Carver,
Tarver's, yes.
Pepe,
Steffi, yes.
Williams, Young.
No.
Still passes. 3 nays.
3 noes. All right, Mr. Surges. At this point, since it's going to be about personal expense vouchers, Mr. Tepe, I think you can just stay there. So it'll be a little easier for everybody. I'm going to be relinquishing my my chair position, turning it over to Mr. Tepe as we speak on 251, which concerns a reimbursement, I believe, for me.
May I have a motion and second to discuss this item?
Surges moves.
Berman second.
Smooth, Strathman seconds.
Attorney, could we do all three of these together?
We do it
No?
separately.
Nice try.
If removing them was just to remind everybody that we'll be discussing these in committee as soon as tomorrow, trying to come up with some structure on them. And if you feel passionately one way or the other, or you have guidelines or guardrails that you'd like to install, now is the time to do this so that we don't come back here 3 months from now and spend 3 hours debating it at a board meeting. So the committee structure is tomorrow where we begin dialogue on this. I will be voting yes on each of these because we don't have guidelines or guardrails in place now. That was my only point, and I apologize if this slows us down. I thought we would do these collectively.
All right, so could we get a motion? Oh, I'm sorry.
There's been a motion, okay, in a second. Mr. Iqbal.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I have a slide to present if you allow me, sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sturgis said that we don't have any guidelines. In fact, we do have guidelines. We have a Kane County Code 2-72 that speaks to the travel and reimbursement. It says 3 things. For a travel expense to be reimbursed, it must be governmental business, actually county business. It must be authorized. And the mode of transport or mode of travel should be the most economical one. And it also gives a whole bunch of other terms and conditions. And my observation is then in the last 4 years, we have disregarded this provision. In the previous administration, there was a scrutiny on the chairman. And in this terms, there is none. Anything comes, it is accepted. Even questioning on why, when I question it, people laughed. Why I'm questioning this? I say toll or mode of transportation. But this is in the code. And the guidelines are there. The first thing is you look at any voucher and say, is it a county business? How did the taxpayers benefit from it? You go to a seminar or a luncheon downtown and spend $185. What did the taxpayers of Kane County benefit from that? You go to Washington, D.C., attend a conference for 5 days. What's the relevance of that conference to the taxpayers? Or you go to Springfield and attend a conference. What is the taxpayer benefit from that? That's the first check. And I believe all 3 of these vouchers fail on that very criteria. So we have a guidelines. I'll be glad to join you tomorrow if you want, but they are very clear.
Most enjoyable if you would.
Yeah, thank you.
You know that, Mo.
Any other comments?
Yeah. If I could.
Mr. Berman?
Yes.
Berman here. You mentioned approval. Wasn't that one of the things that you said in our guidelines? Approval? Is that approval after the fact or approval before? the fact?
Authorization.
Authorization.
Or authorization?
Authorization, that question is, what is authorization?
What is
Is it a pre-approval or is it at this board after the fact? If all of us, all 25 or 24 of us go to Washington DC to attend a conference, where would all the money, $4,000 a piece will come from? So is it prudent to get approval, pre-approval from the board?
Certainly would.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Surges, did you want to speak again?
I guess my question, Mo, is in reading this, the second item, if you can go back one slide, please. Can you go back one?
I mean, put up Mr.
The
Ickles' slide.
authorization, is it authorized? This seems to be the piece that we stumble on time and time and time again. Was it authorized by whom? Because I believe that there is a side of this coin where people look and say, was it authorized? Meaning, did it pass Ms. Wegman's office at the auditor and therein it was authorized? Or did you ask for permission to go by your host committee and was it authorized? And I think those are two very different things that if you've read this and you understand that, I think we're all ears because I don't have a firm understanding of that, nor do I believe the rest of us have a firm understanding of that. And that will be the thrust of conversation tomorrow.
Mr. Ickbal?
Yeah, Ms. Beckman's, auditioning, auditorializing, or what is it called this, auditing of this thing comes later. Authorization comes first. She only looks at it, was it budgeted? The math is correct, something like that. But authorization is the board. Board is the boss. There's nothing above board. And if the chairman comes and she has a voucher, it is the board who should approve.
But does
And the member comes.
say that?
Pardon?
Doesn't say that.
Can we not have into
The
discussion?
court
Would
used
you
the word
please direct-
authorized. It
would you-
must be authorized.
Hold on, point of order. Please direct it to the chair, okay?
Okay.
Not direct it to each other.
All right,
Thank you.
okay.
I couldn't.
I am in the same direction. It's in the same direction, though.
Understand, we just
Yeah.
should not have a conversation, okay? Mr. Tarver, you had your hand up earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
Can make a comment, thank you, Mr. Chair, regarding the must be for government business. And if they're going to Springfield or the city of Chicago or Washington DC, they're collaborating with other agencies and organizations that ultimately will improve communication and business here in Kane County. So that's where I see that. I just wanted to comment on that first bullet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there anybody else? Okay, Madam Chair?
If I could just ask Mr. Ford to come up and speak about just the history of this resolution or it's from 2007.
So let's, SAO Frank,
The other Ford.
I would kindly ask, kindly ask that when we start having legal discussions, ask us. We're happy to explain this to you. The standard that right now the Kane County Code says under 272 is that if a county board member travels on county business, and that is for you to decide whether it was done on county business, then it must be authorized. There is no pre-authorization. There is no pre-approval the way it stands right now. It means you decide whether or not it was done on county business. If it was done on county business, then you shall authorize it. If you determine that it was not done on county business, then obviously you have that authority. It is not a mandate upon you. It is only a mandate to pay it if it was done in your determination of county business.
Like a pre-auth.
There is no pre-authorization required. You are, however, as a county board member, or in this particular case, Madam Chair's situation, you run the risk of not getting pre-approval of having it not paid because they will deem it to be not in the interest of county business. Now, there's a legal analysis to that, and I won't bore you with that. But that is the current standard. If you would like to change that, then you need to create an ordinance amendment. So that is where we stand. I will answer the question that was asked, that would ultimately be asked of Mr. Ford is, this was done in response to a state statute change in 2007. So, but that is kind of beside the point, because the actual point right now for you all to decide was, did what is the trip or the travel or that's requested for reimbursement right now done in the interest of the county business? And if you believe it is, then you have to vote yes.
Okay, shall we, roll call please on 24-251?
Okay. Ellen.
Ellen, I.
What is the actual vote, to pass it or to?
This is to
Yeah,
pass
that's
it.
to prove the expense.
The reimbursement.
Prove the
Okay.
reimbursement.
Okay, so Ellen is an I. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Shuby.
Aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Yes.
Tepe,
Steffi, yes.
Williams, Young,
Yes.
passes. One nay.
I relinquish control back to the chair.
No, there's one more.
One more.
One more.
Still on the spot, Vern.
The chair requests approval for the county board personnel expense voucher reimbursement request for 24-252.
Gums on moves.
I'm sorry, who moved?
Surges,
All right,
Berman.
Surges Berman. And Berman, okay.
Mr. Surges.
Mr. Chair, I think we've demonstrated the lack of language on either side of that coin that we'll be debating tomorrow, and I look forward to everybody passing along their thoughts. Thank you.
Hey.
Oh, I heard.
Yes, that was a ditto, yes.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Shuby,
Shuby, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Rathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver, Tepe,
Steffi, yes.
Williams, Young,
Yes.
passes. One nay.
One.
Roll.
Okay.
Up now.
May I have a motion and a second in order to discuss resolution 24-253?
Roth will make the motion.
Ellen seconds.
Roth moves, Island seconds. Any discussion? Mr. Iqbal.
Yeah, this voucher has two defects. Number one, the question is it county business to go to Washington DC, spend 5 days on taxpayers' dollar? The second one is there are guidelines on the expenditure. Those guidelines were exceeded. Based on the discussion that I heard at executive committee meeting, Ms. Gums said that she is willing to reduce that expense item to bring it back to the acceptable lines. So the first motion would be to reduce the amount of the voucher to bring it back into the county guidelines. I don't know the exact figure, but this was brought up by Ms. Wegman, what the dollar amount is.
I believe the amount was about $90, if I stand corrected with that.
That's correct.
Standing from the conversation.
Okay. It is about right.
Okay, so are you
So I
making an
move that
amendment?
the amount of the voucher be reduced by $90 to bring it almost $90 more or less to bring it within the county guidelines.
there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion fails on the,
Sure, Young second.
oh, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Thank you. My apologies. It's hard to hear from back here sometimes. Okay, any discussion on the motion to amend? Okay, roll call, please.
I got a question.
Oh, wait, Mr. Ford.
We don't have a dollar amount, so how can we're
Nope.
guessing the dollar.
I believe the dollar amount is $90. Is that
$90.
correct?
Reduction by $90.
We're reducing it to go within code.
Okay, that's different. Okay.
I
Chair,
believe,
Ms. Pirog.
thank you. I think it's important that we get the exact correct amount, so that, this is accurate and we don't do an estimate on whatever this may be. So, if we could allow Ms. Gums just to present what the exact amount is, and then if I may be so bold, we have a per diem, and that per diem, to this comment was exceeded. Can we not reduce the amount just so it matches up what the per diem is for appropriate reimbursement because it was for food? And not reduce it the estimated $90.
Again, I remember the amount of $90. My point would be that that amount would make it acceptable regardless of whether or not it was exact or not.
Mr. Chairman,
I
sir.
believe the auditor's office is online and can give you the dollar amount that we requested back at the executive. Tom, is that?
Actually, we have someone from the auditor's office here in the room.
Mr. Chairman, I have the email on.
Dollar amount is what you're inquiring about?
Yes.
The dollar amount total would be $91.50.
Yeah, 91.
Could you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Tom Laird, Deputy Auditor.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
That's right here. Tom Laird, Laird.
Again?
91.50.
Thank you.
91.50.
So the amendment is by Mr. Iqbal is to reduce the amount in resolution 24-253 by the amount of $91.50.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Is that okay with you, Mr. Young?
Yes.
All right. Roll call, please.
Tom, you're getting off way too easy 2 weeks in a row.
Roll call on the amendment.
On the
Only-
amendment. On the
Only.
amendment only.
Okay, Ellen,
Alan, no.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman, Doherty,
Right now.
Ford,
Ford, no.
Gums,
Abstains.
Stain, okay. Iqbal,
Yes.
Iqbal, yes. Juby,
Should we know?
Kenyon,
Oh.
Caius,
Yes, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Under no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman,
No.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Tepe, no.
Williams,
No.
and Young.
Yes.
Not sure of the exact number. What is it?
It failed.
Yeah.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses.
And 15 no's.
Yeah, so you're at the
16, no.
That's 16.
So you have.
Okay,
1,
so
2, yeah,
it
3, 4
is,
out. So it's 16. 4 yes, 16 no.
okay, so the amendment fails.
Yes.
So we go back.
Any discussion? Can we call the question, please? Okay, roll call on approving resolution 24-253.
I'll second.
Oh, it's already been,
Already.
It's been motioned
Oh,
and
okay, that's
second. We just need roll call.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums abstain.
Iqbal,
Well, no.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
No.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Madam Chair?
Thank you.
Yeah. That's it? No. For the consent agenda.
On to 200.
Or no's on this.
Just I look forward to having a robust conversation tomorrow.
On 200.
Sure.
You're
Not sure if I'm supposed to say thank you to that or not, so.
Sure, we got baseball.
All right, now we're moving to items that have been pulled off consent from the beginning. And this is 24,200.
So move.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to
Oh,
table.
we have
this.
to get a second, please, I believe.
No.
No?
Yes, there's
Yeah,
motion,
we need-
yes, you have a motion to put it on for discussion,
All right,
and then Ms. Strathman's motion. will
Okay,
be-
so do we have a second on this?
Roth will second.
Thank you. Gums and Ross. All right. Yes, ma'am.
oh, I can make a motion
Sure
to
can.
table.
Okay, your motion is to
To-
table.
I second.
Do you,
To
Just
Table till, you want to table it? Just table it?
postpone.
Just table it,
Indefinitely or?
table it, yes.
To table.
And I can explain if you would. like.
Gums will second.
Okay, the motion is to table. And I
Let's-
believe, do we need to take a vote on that or is
We
just,
did.
it's just done?
Motion.
Let's vote all in favor of tabling 24-200.
Point of order,
Yes, what?
point of order, Madam Chair. I
There you
would
go.
like to hear why we're voting to
Yeah.
table this.
Okay, very good.
Table is
Move it,
not
Steve.
debatable.
There's no discussion.
Motion to table is not debatable.
I've been
told by our
overruled.
Parliamentarian.
Go ahead.
The reason that I want to table this was directly related to a group of students who have now graduated and moved on, and so this is no longer applicable.
So it's not
It's
necessary
not necessary, right,
or needed.
or needed. No,
Well,
it's a
then
done
just-
deal. They're gone.
You could have just turned it
Why don't we
down.
just vote it down?
We should just vote.
Why
it
not just
down.
table it? Let's take.
No, it's been, there is already a motion, a second, just to table it.
It could be voted down.
Not if she said. that.
Definitely.
You
To bring it up.
And sir,
Yeah.
parliamentarian,
Unless you
could we
designate.
just have a voice?
There's a
vote?
reason.
It-
Wow.
Voice vote.
The net effect of both is that it's dead. If you just take a voice vote, you can do this quicker.
Okay,
Yeah.
voice vote to table 24-200.
All right.
All in favor, aye. Opposed? Okay, it is now tabled. Okay, 24-271.
Okay.
Gums will move.
Thank you. Second.
Alan
please.
seconds.
Salen. Comment on this? Deed of conveyance of county's interest? No. All right. Take the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Come back to me in a second.
Berman,
Aye.
Doherty,
Yeah.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Juby,
Should be aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tepe, yes.
Williams, Young,
Yes.
and Miss Bates
Yes.
passes.
All right. Thanks. All righty. Okay, motion to second to approve item 24-272.
Ford moves.
Ford, Gums seconds. Any comments on this discussion? Yes, Mr. Surges.
Madam Chair, I have a long statement drawn out for this, but last week, and in previous meetings, we've had discussions about how we did an internal equity study. We tried to put together, we recapped some information based on a finance meeting that was had last year to try and put some guardrails intact. I believe that a couple of departments had come forward, KDOT, and with some special requests that needed to be leapfrogged. We acknowledged that. We acknowledged that we need to tweak some things to continue to make this better and improve things. We talk about, we spoke of unintended consequences. We spoke of issues that are yet to arise. But most importantly, I think what we discussed was the responsibility of this board to govern itself properly. The responsibility of saying, hey, listen, 70% of our revenues are in fact human capital. We discussed a philosophy briefly, but the need for a more in-depth conversation regarding grant-funded positions as opposed to general fund-funded positions, and that we've not grappled with that. Kathy from Finance Hopkinson sat here and reinforced the notion of the vacancies and how we need to address and curtail those. I believe, and I could be mistaken on this, but I believe that the motions in front of you were discussed back in February. I believe that they came through at various levels. And at that time, they were denied. Now I'm finding them back here without having gone through finance, without having come through human services. And now we're asking to bend the rules. The notion was made that this would be a slippery slope, that if you did it for one department, you would do it for all. And now this is the very first one since allowing it for KDOT. This is now creating the landslide that's coming at us. At what point, what was the point of the internal equity study? At what point, what would be the point of an external equity study? If you're going to say we need help within our budget to follow our own rules, to get to any sort of balanced budget that's sustainable, but we're going to make an exception for each and every time this comes through and not follow our own processes, I don't know what we're doing. There's a hypocrisy there that I'm not understanding. I mean, I have notes here from department heads highlighted saying this didn't come through us. This wasn't discussed with us. We want 9 vacant positions going forward. Kathy sat here at the podium. Y'all chose her. She's intelligent. She's know what she's trying to guide us. And she said, we can't allow these vacant ongoing positions. 9 of them are being requested, and like, we're just going to rubber stamp this and push this through. So I am just in favor of saying, if we could back this up a step, run this through the processes that we put in place, find out if we need this or not, at the same time, in parallel, in concert, having the conversations between the grant funded versus general funded options. I think those two conversations need to run in parallel before we consider this. I would ask that this be sent back to a committee, whether it's finance or human services is fine with me.
Make
a motion.
I will ask a state's attorney for what the appropriate motion would be to move this back to either finance or human services, with, I mean.
This go through, Shepro, did this go through executive committee?
No, it did not.
No, I have.
It did not.
Possibly a
Leap
point of
frog.
order would be in order.
It's,
Whichever one is sooner, which I believe is finance, because human services tomorrow, but it's not listed, so we can't talk about
I
it.
would like to Mr. Ford to talk about this, and let me recognize him, please.
Th-
Do we have a motion and a second on this?
I guess my motion would be to go to finance since that's sooner.
This is the pay.
Well, I let it
I will second that.
seconded. Okay, now discussion, Mr. Ford, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand my colleague being frustrated with this. And I also have frustration with this too, because when we first talked about this, it was going to be the internal study and the external study. And our understanding was the external studies were going to take place earlier this year. And now the understanding is the external study may not be done to after until next year. So, and then the discussion about whether we're doing grants versus a general budget. We've had plenty of time to have that discussion. My question is, why are we beating ourselves up about departments positions that we're not paying for. I just don't understand that. That's one. Two is, I mentioned it last week at exec that we had the DCO come to us and say that they're giving us 11% increase, which brings up to, I believe, around about $7.2 million. Last year was at, I believe, like 5.6. This year we was at 6 point something. Now they're taking us up to 7.2. That means that the state, the DCO, has approved how we've been handling the funding to talk about, which what it does is it actually takes people who are looking for jobs to get quality paying jobs and give them opportunity. And like we'll talk about mental health. Hey, that helps with mental health. We talk about quality paying jobs. That's what this does. The other part about it is that we many a times have talked about how what we need to do to improve Kane County. This helps us improve Kane County. The reason why we have a timeline is because these funds are on the timeline fiscal year, which starts in July. So we're out of time. So we've been waiting for these conversations, but they have not happened. And again, why are we beating ourselves up about positions that we're not paying for? And the difference between workforce development and other grants is that the actual department is a state DCO. It's not like we have a department that actually getting grant funds and then getting a position. They're requesting the positions for the funding. So if we don't want the 11%, then hey, we need to say so. And our executive committee at a workforce development actually have met with the state. They were actually in our meeting. And what they say is that not only can we give you this 11% increase, there are other funds that you can get, but you have to have the people in place to track the funds as it goes along. These programs are tracked on a regular basis. They're not, you get the money and then you make a report at the end of the year. No, this goes on from month to month to month reports and tracking. It's not as simple as most grants that we get. And these positions are required by the state to be able to track the funding.
Indeed.
And I think Scott's online to
Yes, let Mr. Berman speak. His hand is
Berman here.
anxiously up.
I'm familiar with the state on these jobs in the past. I think as long as we understand that they are not permanent, they're hired. When they're hired, they're told they're not permanent. They're for a period of time. That therefore, I think, and it's all comes from state-supported dollars. I think that we need to approve that.
Yeah.
It's not like Ford says it's not costing us anything, but the state is really saying, I got this program and I got to have somebody to do it. And they're passing it out to either the county in this case. I don't know, before they did the same thing with communities. They had job openings and the money that would be paying for those jobs for a period of time. So I think as long as we know that they're for just a period of time, and we're not going to support this same job in the future, then I don't see why we shouldn't approve it.
All right, Ms. Molina, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pirog. A couple of questions. I don't see that there was an attachment as to where the money is coming from. If it is all grant funded, is the health insurance and IMRF benefits also funded through the grant?
the answer is yes.
I would have preferred that this did go through committee level, just like everybody else. I don't think we should start picking off who should be excluded from our budgeting process and who shouldn't at this point, because we're starting a new budget process. So I would recommend, I don't know if there's already a motion on the hand, but I would be in favor of moving this to finance. I think we have a couple more questions that we need to iron out. And those would be my first two.
We are in discussion to that motion to move to finance now.
Okay.
That is the motion. would you like to recognize?
Yes, I think Scott is online. If you want to add anything else.
Mr. Linder, if
Oh.
Scott can explain, and then Mr. Linder, I'll get right back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Scott Berger. I would just like to let you all know that our new fiscal year begins July 1st. We already know that we are likely going to face some sanctions from the state of Illinois because we have key positions that are vacant that we've not been able to fill. We are seeking relief from some of the policies that you've adopted. And we do believe this is an urgent matter that requires your attention. These issues were raised in December with Madam Chair, Mr. Surgis, and Mr. Ford present, and we do need relief from these policies at this time.
This opportunity, Mr. Berger, for this increase in the grant funding, if the committee would like to have it go through finance and then go through proper channels, what is the potential? What happens to this funding?
I would suggest to you that DCO is likely going to attach conditions and sanctions to the funding, which require additional work to be performed by my office, additional reporting. As Mr. Ford indicated, DCO is very concerned about our ability to continue to deliver services that they fund. And as he already indicated, these services are fully funded by external sources, federal funds that come to the state of Illinois. And this resolution in no way expends any funds from your general fund. My office receives no funding from your general fund. We are entirely self-supported by external funding sources.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Linder?
I'm kind of torn in this because I do understand what Scott is saying about DCO, whether I believe it or not, but I understand it. But I'm always offended by this notion that if it's grant money, it doesn't matter how much we spend. That's just not true. That grant money is given to us to be handled prudently, and just as we handle the money that comes from tax dollars or from fees and licenses or wherever we get money, we handle it prudently. The idea, and it's not just in this discussion and others, that, oh, that's grant money, so it doesn't matter, offends me.
Okay, thank you very much.
With all due respect, Mr. Linder, I did not say that.
Thank you, Mr. Berger.
Suggested it.
Mr. Berger, please, no. I will recognize you, Mr. Tepe.
Tepe here. Mr. Linder, in particular, I agree with many of your comments, but there are always times when you need an exception. And unfortunately, and you know, I like to follow rules more than not. Unfortunately, there are times when you need an exception. This is one where we need one. We have an opportunity here where some additional funding can be gotten if we have the right people in place. I think in this situation, we need to, because I discussed this with Mr. Berger, and I know Mr. Ford did too. And I think both of us, Mr. Ford and I, would agree that this is a time for an exception and that we need to trust our managers and what they're doing. Thank you.
Ms. Gums.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a really quick point of order. I appreciate everybody here, but we should be discussing the motion to move it back to finance. That's where we're at. So we're way off track.
Slightly, I would agree slightly. But all right, we have a motion to move it back to finance. If there's no other discussion on this, and I think we needed to get some.
I'll call the
background.
question.
Thank
Gums.
you. So this is, the motion is to move
Yeah.
272 to finance rather than continue the conversation here and take the vote at the board. All right, so ready?
There's discussion on that then?
We've been discussing it. We've been discussing it and it's been called, so we have to take the vote. It has been discussed.
Well, we were discussing everything but moving it back. I just, this is no brainer that we don't move this back.
Ready to move this? Question has been called.
Not at the time.
This is a question for the entire board. Here we have in front of us.
You gotta turn that mic off.
It's time for us to make a decision.
Yeah.
Finance Committee has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Nothing whatsoever. We're not talking about
Question.
the vote.
Okay, we're calling the vote now. Okay.
Okay.
Let's call the roll.
Ellen. Ellen, no.
To back to finance.
Bates.
No.
Berman.
No.
Doherty.
Yes.
Ford.
Or no.
Gums.
Gums, no.
Iqbal.
Well, no.
Juby.
Juby, no.
Kenyon.
Oh.
Caius.
Bias, no.
Lewis.
Lewis, no.
Linder.
No.
Molina.
Molina, no.
Roth.
Roth, no.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Gone.
Nope, she's gone. Okay. Surgis.
Yes.
Carver. Tepe.
Tepe, no.
Williams.
Williams, yes.
And Young.
Yes.
Okay, that fails. So
Fails. All right, we're
Back
back
to
to
the real vote.
272.
Move to call the question.
Are we ready to call the question?
okay,
Call the vote, please.
this is for 224-272 as it stands. Ellen.
Alan, I.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
Sorry, no.
Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal.
Well, yes.
Juby.
Juby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Bias, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Leonard, no.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Silva.
Silva, no.
Okay. Surgis.
No.
Carver.
Carver, yes.
Tepe.
Tepe, yes.
Williams. Young.
No.
Still passes. 1, 2,
Passes.
3, 4, 5 nays.
Chair, if I may,
They'd like to. For 2-7.
All right, okay. Yes, yes.
just a note, I told Madam Chair before the meeting, I had a hard stop to get to another meeting. I am not losing a vote and pouting and leaving the sandbox. So I just wanted, just wanted to make that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fun without you.
Just don't take.
A fail.
Yeah, Cliff, you'd be pouting if you were staying or not.
It has. They've just requested that we go into executive session now, moving, I believe this request came from from Mr. Frank, is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think we're asking as it relates to settlement of claims pending probable imminent litigation, purchase and lease of real property for the use of public body and appointment, employment compensation, discipline, performance, and dismissal of a specific employee as the topics.
Yes, I understand that, but we still have 273. Are we ready to take that vote on 273?
Yes.
There's been suggestion to hold that.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I misunderstood your question. We would ask that 273 get pushed till after executive session as it will be discussed as a part of the executive session, but I defer to the board.
Oh, okay.
Consensus to move?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right. We're going to take a break.
Now we
Before-
need the motion.
Motion to go into executive session. So as we're transitioning.
Gums moves for all those reasons that we just
Yes,
read.
let's go. Okay, do I have a second to go into executive?
With the
session?
break.
Third.
Second. Roth was second.
Thank you, Mr.
Is that for the
Mr.
break?
Roth.
Madam Chair.
Wait, hold on, everybody, hold on a second. We
Gotta
need
do
to
both.
take a roll call to go into executive session. Roll call to go into executive session, please.
Ellen.
Alan, I.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman. Doherty. Ford. Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal.
Well, no.
Juby.
Juby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Bias, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Why do you know?
Linder.
Leonard, yes.
No.
Thank you. Molina.
Molina,
This
yes.
Thing is being discussed.
Roth.
It's actually
Roth, yes.
affecting next year.
Gone. Silva.
Thousands of dollars.
Just. He's gone.
He's gone.
Tarver.
Carver, yes.
Tepe, yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young. Passes. Good. We're going to
Close.
Me. I did it.
I think,
Who seconded it was,
it was Mr. Young. Young, did you build a motion? Second.
was Roth.
yeah, Roth second.
Roth had seconded, yeah.
Roth seconded Kaya's motion.
Blank for a second.
Yeah, me too.
Not impressed.
All right, we're almost at the finish line. Please call the roll. We are back in open session.
In the air.
All right. Ellen,
Alan
present remote. Thank you. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman's here.
okay. Doherty,
Here.
Davis is not. Ford.
He just stepped
Ford is
down.
gone.
Oh, he'll be back.
Here.
Oh, he's here.
Stepped down. Okay, Gums,
Comes here.
Iqbal. Yep. Juby,
Should be here.
Kenyon.
Here.
Caius.
Caius present.
Leonard is not. Lewis.
Lewis is here.
All right. Linder. Mr. Linder. All right.
I am here. I don't know why the button doesn't work, but I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Elena.
Molina
Mr.
present.
Caius, your mic is
Thank
on.
you. Roth.
Here.
Sanchez Silva.
Silva is here.
Okay, Strathman, Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver's here.
Tepe,
Tepe here.
Williams, Young.
Here.
Hey, you do have a
We have a
quorum.
quorum. All righty. May I please have a motion and a second to approve the settlement in case number 23WC 023081 in the amount of $32,204 and no cents.
Roth will make the motion.
Thank you, Mr.
Bates,
Roth.
seconds.
Second. Clerk, when you're ready, call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Ford. Okay,
Gums, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Thank you. Iqbal. Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
I missed somebody. Who did I miss? Juby, Kenyon, Caius. Okay, Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Okay, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Passes.
Passes. May I please have a motion and a second to approve settlement in the case number 18WC 005788, the amount of $44,675.77.
Roth will make the motion.
Ms. Roth, second, please.
Doherty.
Mr. Tarver. Mr.
Tarver,
Tarver, thank you.
seconds.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman, Doherty,
Yes.
Ford. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Tepe. I'm sorry, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All righty. That was. Okay, may I please have a motion and a second to approve approve settlement, case number 22WC 010851 in the amount of $93,711 and no cents.
Roth will make the motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And open medical.
Oh, and open up.
And plus open medical.
Roth will make the motion still.
Second, Tarver seconds. Clerk, please call the roll.
Medical, hang on. Did I get it in there? Okay, Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Ford. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon, Caius,
Guys, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Thank you. Lena?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Silva? Ms. Silva? Okay, Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Pepe?
Pepe, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
It passes.
All right, may I please have a
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, last one. Can I have a motion and a second to approve case number 2023 PR 441? And Ms. Brady?
Sure, I'd ask that the motion be to resolve 2023 PR 441 by authorizing staff and the state's attorney's office to execute any appropriate forms to collect or disclaim the deferred compensation plan with Zurich for former employee Benjamin Whitson, as may be necessary to effectuate turnover of the full value of that policy to Ann Whitson.
Williams moves.
Gums.
Roth was second.
Okay, we've got Gums seconds, Williams moved. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Right. Ellen?
Allen, aye.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
yes.
Ford? Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal? Juby?
Juby, aye.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Guys, yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman? Oh, no, she's, sorry. Surgis is gone. Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Tepe? Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Yes,
Passes.
very good. Is there, all right,
24-273.
Gums will move 24-273.
Caius will second.
Hold on. Gums and Caius.
thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And in a second, has been any conversation? None? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen? Miss Ellen?
Allen, aye.
Thank you.
Allen, aye.
Okay, Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Already know.
Ford? Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal? Juby?
Abstain.
Abstain. Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Guys, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Tepe? Stepped away. Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
It passes.
Okay, passes indeed. All righty, that takes care of that. Is there any new business? Yes.
Hi, David Young. There was a resolution that Winnebago County had passed. And I have worked with the state's attorney to review the same type of resolution, except to make it Kane County. And I want to just go through a couple of this, and I want to make, afterwards, I want to make a motion to put it on the July board meeting. It's called the Resolution Regarding the Emergency Response to the Abandonment of Undocumented Migrants in Kane County. And like I said, Winnebago County just passed this resolution regarding the emergency response to the abandonment of undocumented migrants. And there's four things that you can read through that if you'd like, but I kind of summarize it in 4 points. Number one, we recognize the state of Illinois is being marketed as one of the most welcoming states in the nation. Number two, since Chicago is a sanctuary city, many of these undocumented migrants are coming to Illinois, mainly through Texas, and they're stopping in counties like Kane County. And some of these migrants are being abandoned and they're not making their way to Chicago. 3, Kane County does not have sufficient resources to provide long-term housing, medical, and other critical needs for undocumented migrants abandoned in Kane County. 4, Kane County will not seek state or federal dollars or utilize its taxpayer-funded reserves except to provide these abandoned, undocumented migrants transportation to the landing zone in Chicago with the approval of the county board. And I make a motion that this resolution be put on the July county board meeting. Second.
All right, there is a, well, this is new business. I don't believe it needs to be voted upon, all right, well then, very good. And what, are we bringing it straight to the board? Are we going to put this through a committee?
No, this would not go to committee. The motion is for it to be put on next month's county board. If it's voted through, then it is required to be on next month's county
And
board.
It'll go off agenda then,
Correct.
correct? Off
Sorry?
consent, consent.
Yeah,
Off
off,
consent
yeah.
agenda, yes.
That's what I thought you
Off
meant, yes.
consent agen- And that's exactly what I meant. So late in the day, no food.
Madam Chair.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there conversation? Yes, sir.
I would like to know what does the word abandonment mean in this context? We have undocumented or migrants living in the homeless shelters right now. Well, are they considered abandoned? Even today, we allocated money for the homeless. So where do we stand on this? The word abandonment is a concern.
That question is to me. Would you like, Mr. Young, would you like to respond to me, please?
I would like to, I worked with the state's attorney's office, and what we did, we essentially copied the Winnebago resolution. It means the people that are actually coming into the county and that are not being, I'm talking about immediately. I'm not talking about the people that are here now living in the homeless shelters. I'm talking about what's happening and what has been happening really for the past 6 months, where they're coming in here and they're staying as opposed to being transported to Chicago, where it's considered a sanctuary city. So it is I guess it has to be for the newcomers, I guess, is what the intention of the resolution was.
Yeah, Madam Chair, granted, Chicago is a sanctuary city, but people go to Chicago and they take the train and they come here and go to, say, Elgin Police Office, police station, and they say, we are homeless, we need shelter. And they are transported to the shelter. So are they abandoned? The government did not promise them anything except gave them 1 year to apply for asylum. That's all they have. They have, in many cases, not been issued work permit. So that's the situation we are in. So in one case, everybody is abandoned. Do you want us to, where should we take them? They go to police station, they're not abandoned. They go to police station, they know, police knows where they are. And their children are in school and new kids are being born. So I don't know what we can do.
Madam Chair.
We have another comment. Mr. Tarver? Is there anybody else? So how, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're not going to have a discussion about abandonment and what the term is now. The motion is to move this to the next July county board meeting, and that is the point of discussion, not the interpretation of this potential resolution. So are you ready to take the vote on this particular resolution, unless there's something that is being brought forward from the state's attorney's conversation, offline conversation, that we need to know about? Mr. Frank, is there something you should share with the board?
Okay.
As am I. Is that, that
Information?
discussion was not about going to get lunch?
Have we received this point of?
No,
We've
we have
never
not
seen
received
this.
it. This is
And we're voting to put it on the,
on the July board agenda. So we have not seen it. This is the first time you're getting a chance to take a look at it. We had the discussion of the term abandonment. We know no history about this, except We have a motion and a second for your approval to move this to the full board meeting of July. Does not go through a committee. So are you ready to take that vote? Ladies, gentlemen? Yes, no? Yes. Oh, Miss Molina, you've got your hand up. I see. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of order, well, not point of order, but point of information. Is this, I've never seen this happen before where something that we haven't looked at is then voted on to be placed on an agenda. Is this the form that these types of resolutions should be brought forth to the committee? Do they not go in front of the executive committee to be put on the county board agenda? I guess I'm asking our state's attorney to clarify the flow of how these types of requests are submitted. I don't know where it is on the code to follow through.
that was the question I asked. He sits straight to the board, but I will let Mr. Frank speak.
SEO Frank. So executive committee is a standing committee, no different than any other standing committee. A part of its duties is to give advice to the chairperson as far as what goes on the county board. Even the situation is basically thus. If the chairperson decides not to put something up on the county board or on executive, that is her prerogative. A way for the county board to enforce something to be put onto a county board is to do essentially what Mr. Young is doing, which is in a motion to set it forth and have it go to the next month. What we've advised is because of OMA, you can't do it the same day. So what you're essentially asking for is to require the chair to put it onto the county board meeting at the next county board, at the actual next county board meeting. So the way this would operate normally, if there was a mandate upon the chairperson in a county, is you could go through the normal course and then whatever's passed in a standing committee would automatically go to the county board. The way it stands right now is Madam Chair has that authority. I believe Mr. Young is concerned that that authority will not be utilized in this. And so he's attempting to appeal to the board to enforce this to go to the next county board meeting. I say all this to give you the short of it, which is Madam Chair, like all other chairs in every other standing committee, has the authority to decide what goes on an agenda or not on an agenda. So you've had this come up in standing committees before where something that was requested in a standing committee was asked to be put on the agenda. It was denied. And then that person appealed in the committee to have it be brought up on the next one. So I assure you we're being consistent on this. I don't care one way or the other about the policy. That's all used decision, but that is the current procedure you all have done.
Okay, so does that answer your question? Ms. Molina goes directly onto the board because that is being requested at the board level. Please, yes, Mr. Caius.
This is Caius. Just a suggestion. I understand that this is possible. My suggestion would be to have this presented to each and every member of the board well before the meeting you're asking us to put it on, so that we can see what we're actually voting for to put it on the next agenda. I'm voting for a piece of paper I've never even read. So if politically speaking, I would encourage you to meet with the board members, discuss it with them, and you'll find out whether you'll have a response that allows you to do this. That'll save you some time. Well, it'll take some time for you, but may save you time in the long run that you'll know where this is going to be when it stands up there. But I'm just going to say I'm opposed to just having something presented to me and then saying, oh yeah, let's throw it on there. I've never seen it. So I don't believe I will allow, I'm not going to vote to forward this.
All right.
Go
Are there
ahead.
any other comments on this? All right, let's take the vote.
Madam Chairman, Allen,
Oh, yes, Miss Allen.
I'm not quick enough with my technology, sorry. I would prefer to have it go on to the executive committee agenda so we could discuss it there.
Madam
all.
Chair,
Thanks.
are you amending the motion? Are you amending the motion to take it off of the full board and amending it to go to executive, which we were just told was not required?
Okay, I would be more comfortable with that. Yes, I would like to amend the motion to put it through a standing committee, and I suggest executive committee as the standing committee.
Is there a second for
second.
that? Okay, Ms. Juby seconds. Is there discussion on moving this to executive?
Now we have
States.
sort of a double negative going on. If we say, no, we don't want to send it to executive because we don't want to send it to the board either, do I vote yes or no? I don't want to have this.
Two votes.
Okay.
So
Oh, two
It's-
times.
Okay.
Mr. State's Attorney, please.
Okay, all right, are we, so there is a motion and a second to move this to executive. Any discussion on this motion? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we have one, Mr. Iqbal.
Madam Chair, even if it goes to executive committee, after it comes out of the exec, you still have prerogative to put it on the board or not.
Yeah, you can. Not table.
All right, well, no,
Madam Chair.
we're gonna, if this is voted upon by approval of all of you to have this go on to next month's meeting, I will follow your advice. Okay, so it's up to you
But-
to decide whether or not you want this to, I will defer to the will of the board. So let's,
Point of information, then the motion on the floor is to amend it to go to exec.
That's
Not to
ex-
move it to exec.
that's exactly, right now, we're just talking to, just to
We'll
move it
just
to
change the
exec.
original
That is absolutely correct. So everybody understand what you're about to vote on? To
All the
move this to
questions.
executive. That's all, not content,
Yes.
just to move it.
Okay.
All right, please.
All right, can I have one comment?
The motion, as Mr. Caius, I think, has pointed out, is to amend the motion to send to the full board and amend it to send it to exec. If it passes, then you will vote whether to send it to exec. This is not a motion to send it to exec. This is a motion merely to put it, that, the form of the motion.
Okay. Everybody ready? Clerk, please call the roll. Two, and this is on the amendment to move the motion from sending it straight to the board to the executive committee.
Correct. Okay, Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates, no.
Berman,
No.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Ford, Gums,
No.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Silva,
Gone.
Silva.
She
Well,
left.
she was online, but
Oh, she was online.
nope,
It was
it's not
online.
there, huh?
That's
Okay.
page.
Tarver. Tarver, yes. Steppy,
Debbie, no.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young.
No.
Oh, that looks like it fails. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, yes, the motion fails. All right, so now we're back to taking the vote.
Unless there's more discussion. God
Yeah, so
forbid.
we are now, in further discussion, if you would like to move this to the full board.
Yes.
Are you ready to take that vote, ladies and gentlemen? Yes? All right, please take the vote on the original motion to move this proposed resolution to the full board, and that would take place in July, on July 9th. Ready?
Okay, Ellen,
Alan, no.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva, never came back, right? Tarver? I'm sorry? Got speaking to the mic. Tepe?
No.
Cheppy, no.
We know. Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Okay.
Fails.
2,
10 to
3,
8.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Motion fails.
Yeah, 1, 2.
All right, may I have a motion and a second to adjourn to July 9th, 2024? Okay, thank you. Thank you,
All in
sir.
agreement?
Second.
Yeah.
Everybody in favor?
For the banquet.
I do not have the book.
I don't
I-
pocket
it's-
someone's like.